Welcome back to the live show. It is currently 11:32 p.m. and today's date is the 27th of October 2024. Yes, I told you I was going to come back here because we were supposed to do this marathon like 5 hours ago. However, I had an emergency, so I had to attend to a very important issue. All right, but I am back now, okay? I am back right now. And the title of tonight's live stream is The Greatest American Story Part 2. All right? The Greatest American Story Part 2. Okay, so this is the deal. The legendary 45th, who some people say might be the 47th, who most likely the American people are saying may be the 47th. Okay. I'm just telling you the word on the street. The word on the street is the 45th may be the 47th. Okay. So, yes, y'all. He had a big, huge, massive event today in Madison Square Garden. It's it's enormous, huge. New Yorkers are talking about it right now. The whole of America is talking about it right now. Probably would not be forgotten in a long time. The legendary Trump was in Madison Square Garden, MSG, with the legendary Donald J. Trump. That was legendary, man. That was legendary. Just seeing it. I wish I was there live, but I wasn't. But just seeing it, it's like this is legendary. I saw the crowd on the street. The traffic. It was just you could tell the energy in the city was different. You know what I mean? The energy in the city was absolutely different, and it is just amazing that we can share that moment. You know, you and I, we can see it, we can watch it, we can experience it, and this is the greatest time in history when it comes to you know politics for me though, because maybe you guys have had some great moment, but for me this is like the greatest moment for me being an American and seeing you know Donald Trump go through all of this stuff and then become even bigger, more support, more eyes on him. It is just amazing. It is absolutely amazing to see. And I am absolutely I'm thankful to America. I'm thankful to the American people for welcoming me in the United States. It is a great honor to be an American. I truly believe America is the greatest country in the world. That's my belief, that's my opinion, okay? I'm just this is an amazing moment, y'all. Okay, without further delay, let's go on ahead and listen to the 45th. Some people say it might be the 47th, most likely, maybe the 47th, the legendary Donald J. Trump at Madison Square Garden. Let's get it.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much to a very popular former First Lady, hopefully First Lady again. And I just want to say a very big hello to a special place, New York, and to an incredible arena, Madison Square Garden. Incredible. And then we have all of the people that could fill it up 10 times. You take a look at outside what's going on all the way down to the river, the beautiful, beautiful Hudson River. They're outside watching this now at levels that nobody's ever seen before. They've never had it. And I want to thank Jim Dolan. He's been incredible. He's been just incredible. The job they've done. Thank you. But I'm thrilled to be back in the city I love, and thousands of proud, hard-working American patriots. You're with me. We're all together. We've always been together. And I'd like to begin by asking a very simple question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? I'm here today with a message of hope for all Americans. With your vote in this election, I will end inflation. I will stop the invasion of criminals coming into our country. And I will bring back the American dream. We need the American dream to come back home. Our country will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before. This election is a choice between whether we will have 4 more years of gross incompetence and failure, or whether we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We will achieve success that no one can imagine. We will have the strongest economy, the most secure borders, the safest cities, the most powerful military, the best trade deals, and we will dominate the frontiers of science, medicine, business, technology, and space. And I'm asking you to be excited about the future of our country again. I'm asking you to dream big again. We're going to dream big again. We haven't been dreaming big at all. This will be America's new golden age. It's going to happen quickly, too, very quickly. Every problem facing us can be solved, but now the fate of our nation is in your hands. Next Tuesday, you have to stand up and you have to tell Kamala Harris that you've done a terrible job, that crooked Joe Biden has done a terrible job. You've destroyed our country. We're not going to take it anymore. Kamala, you're fired. Get out. Get out. You're fired. Early voting is underway in every swing state, and we are setting all-time records. They're voting, I tell you what. I don't want to talk about it. But we have to keep it going. We've got to get out and vote. We just have to get out. And who would have thought this was going to happen? We're leading in every swing state. But it doesn't mean a thing. It only means how are we doing at the end. So look, we have 9 days from now, and we're going to defeat Kamala Harris, and we're going to win back the beautiful White House, and we're going to make America great again, and it's going to happen fast. Thank you. In less than 4 years, Kamala Harris has shattered our middle class. She cast the deciding votes that launched the worst inflation in the history of our country. She cost the typical American family over $3,000 in a short period, but over $30,000 over the last 3 years. She killed 50,000 manufacturing jobs this year alone. Now Kamala wants to raise the typical family taxes by nearly $3,000 a year and impose a 33% tax hike on all domestic production. If Kamala Harris gets 4 more years, our economy can never recover. If I win, we will quickly build the greatest economy in the history of the world. Which is what we had in our last term. We will rapidly defeat inflation, and we will very simply make America affordable again. We're going to make it affordable. Right? I will massively cut taxes for workers and small businesses, and we will have no tax on tips. No tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors. And I'm announcing a new policy today that I will support a tax credit for family caregivers who take care of a parent or a loved one. It's about time that they were recognized, right? They add so much to our country and are never spoken of, ever, 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 but they're going to be spoken of now. Thank you all very much. I'll also make interest on car loans fully tax deductible, but only for cars made in America. Have to be made in America. And we will achieve energy independence, and we will do something. We want it so badly. We're going to do something. You know what we're going to do? Front row Joes. You know, I got front row Joes here. I got the ladies from North Carolina, number 249. This is the 200, and you look so beautiful. We have a lot of people. They followed us, but we're going to do something. The ladies can tell you what we're going to do. We're going to drill a baby drill. And I will terminate the Green New Scam, and we'll cut your energy prices in half, 50%, within 1 year from January 20th. Is the fake news hearing that? Whoa! Look how much. Wow, that's a lot of fake news. That is a lot of fake news. Look at that. Wow. That's got to be a record, Mr. Speaker. I think that's a record. That is a lot of fakers back there. To bring back millions of jobs, we will give our companies the lowest taxes, the lowest energy costs, the lowest regulatory burdens, and free access to the best and biggest market on the planet. Remember this, if we keep going like this, we won't have the biggest and the best. We won't have a market, we won't have a country. But only for those who make their product here in the USA and hire American workers for the job. And if these companies don't make their products here, then they will pay a very stiff tariff when they send their products into the United States for the privilege of competing with our workers and our now protected companies. We're going to protect our companies. They're not leaving anymore. They're not leaving anymore. We're also going to pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act, meaning if China or any other country charges us 100 or 200% tax or tariff, we will then charge them a 100 or 200% tax or tariff. It's called an eye for an eye. And I will never apologize for defending America. I will protect our workers. I will protect our jobs. I will protect our borders. I will protect our great families, and I will protect the birthright of our children to live in the richest and most powerful nation on the face of the earth. As we rescue our economy, I will also restore our borders. There's never been anything like it. It's bigger than inflation. It's bigger than the economy. What they're doing to our country, they're allowing criminals from all over the world to enter our country. Over the past 4 years, Kamala Harris has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted upon our people. She has violated her oath, eradicated our sovereign border, and unleashed an army of migrant gangs who are waging a campaign of violence and terror against our citizens. There has never been anything like it anywhere in the world for any country. Kamala has imported criminal migrants from prisons and jails, insane asylums and mental institutions from all around the world, from Venezuela to the Congo. A lot of people are coming from the Congo prisons. They're coming from all over the world. Over the last month, 181 countries violated our laws. And she has resettled them into your communities to prey upon innocent American citizens. But the day I take the oath of office, the migrant invasion of our country ends and the restoration of our country begins. One of the deadliest and most vicious migrant gangs that Kamala has imported into our country is the savage Venezuelan prison gang. Nice group of people. They got together in prison, the worst prison in the world, they say. It's called Tren de Aragua. And that is taking over apartment complexes and unleashing a violent killing spree all over America, especially in Aurora, Colorado, where we have a governor who's petrified of them, and maybe he should be. But now they've even taken over Times Square. Take a look.
Border's deadly consequences.
Border crisis. Record high crossings are putting a strain on cities across America.
It is a full-blown invasion.
Armed Venezuelan gang members storming an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado.
When people talk about migrant crime, this is what they're talking about.
San Antonio, Texas, just one of the latest cities to have apartment complexes taken over by members of the Venezuelan gang.
Biden and Harris had created a program to bring them in under humanitarian parole.
I am in favor of saying that we're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been released into the United States.
My 20-year-old daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was murdered in her own room. Kayla's murderer was apprehended by Border Patrol crossing illegally into the U.S.
Kayla's murderer had been improperly released into the United States.
Abolish ICE. Yeah, we need to probably think about starting from scratch.
More than a dozen people suspected of being Tren de Aragua gang members right here in San Antonio.
The gang members had been terrorizing the apartment complex.
New details in the murder of Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national.
And was paroled and released into the country by the Biden administration.
If they'd all been properly vetted, that probably wouldn't have happened.
2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder in the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
Martinez Rangel wrapped his arms around Jocelyn's neck, took off her pants, and climbed on top of her. Later strangled Jocelyn to death and then tied up her hands and feet.
Court documents suggest a group of men arrested for beating and robbing a Dallas woman last month are members of a Venezuelan street gang.
The men threatened to cut off her fingers if she did not cooperate. Manuel Hernandez was booked by Colleyville police just 2 days earlier and released the day before the robbery.
A Peruvian gang leader who is wanted for 23 murders, who was arrested by Border Patrol near Roma, Texas, then released into America.
That's who we're allowing into our country. We're not going to have a country any longer. That's who we're allowing in. The United States is now an occupied country, but it will soon be an occupied country no longer. Not going to be happening. Not going to be happening. November 5th, 2024, 9 days from now, will be Liberation Day in America. It's going to be Liberation Day. On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history to get the criminals out. I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered, and we will put these vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail. We're going to kick them the hell out of our country as fast as possible. And to expedite removals of Tren de Aragua and other savage gangs like MS-13, which is equally vicious, I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. Think of that. That's how far back. That's when they had law and order. They had some tough ones. Think of it, the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. You hear that, Mr. Speaker? Get ready. To target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. And there are lots of them. We don't have the same country anymore, you know that. And you know, when you look at the polls and they say about the economy and they have all these different things, the worst nightmare that we're facing is what they've done to us on our borders. We had the safest border in the world. In fact, there's a chart, which I hope they have, because I didn't tell them I wanted it, but there's a chart that I love very much because I wouldn't be here without it. That's it. I love it. I'm in love with it. I love that chart. Even if it had bad numbers, I would have loved that chart, but it doesn't. It has great numbers. And if you look at the arrow on the bottom, you'll see that was the day I left office. That was the lowest illegal immigration that we've ever had in recorded history, the recorded history of our country. And then look at it. It was like an Elon Musk rocket ship. Look at what happens. Look at what happened after that. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. Under Kamala, America is a sanctuary for criminals and for illegal aliens that are in our country illegally. I will immediately ban all sanctuary cities in the United States. Kamala's gross incompetence disqualifies her from being President of the United States of America. She is grossly incompetent. All you have to do is look at her interviews. Look at what she did the other night on fake news CNN. Just take a look. She couldn't answer a question. She's unfit for office. Everyone knows it. No one respects her. No one trusts her. No one takes her seriously. Everyone knows she is a very low IQ individual. From humiliating our country in Afghanistan to the war in Ukraine, to the nightmare on our border, to her inflation catastrophe, all done in conjunction with Sleepy Joe. But he was largely sleeping, wasn't he? After 4 o'clock, it's time to go to bed. To his and her egregious hurricane response, the worst response in North Carolina and other states since Katrina, but I think it was even worse than Katrina. They haven't even responded in North Carolina. They haven't even responded. There's nobody. They don't see any FEMA. You know why? They spent their money on bringing in illegal migrants, so they didn't have money for Georgia and North Carolina and Alabama and Tennessee and Florida and South Carolina. They didn't have any money for them. They spent all of their money on bringing in illegal immigrants and flying them in by beautiful jet planes. They flew in. We just found out about a year and a half ago. Remember, we said, what's going on? Those planes, there are a lot of planes going over there. What are they? They would fly them into the middle of our country, our beautiful, beautiful country. And you know what happened? You take a look at Springfield, Ohio. Think of this. Where 30,000 illegal migrants were put into a town of 50,000 people. No place can withstand that. Or take a look at Aurora in Colorado. Colorado is going to vote for us. You know why? Typically, they go a little bit the other way. Of course, with their voting system, I'm not so sure about that. But you know why? Because they tried to throw the leading candidate of both parties, meaning me. I was leading both parties off the ballot. And the people of Colorado, including Democrats, are very angry about it. They are a threat to democracy, to use their term. Isn't it nice to have somebody that's your president that doesn't need a teleprompter? We haven't been on teleprompter for a long time. I haven't been on this teleprompter. No, it is nice. You saw the other day where Kamala got a little stuck on the teleprompter, went a little bad. It stopped on her. You have to be, you know, if you're a politician, you have to be able to handle that. Remember? You have to do the weave, he says. You got to do more than the weave. But it happens a lot as a politician. It happens. I mean, we have so many politicians here, great ones. Really great, because some are not so good, but great ones. And when Newt, or when the Speaker, or when Tommy Tuberville, who's here someplace, the great senator from Alabama, or when any one of our literally 75... By the way, should I introduce all of them by name? I should. Should I? No? Yes? I don't know. It's a lot. Speaker, should I? I don't know. Will they be angry? Yeah, they will. It's a lot of introducing, right? Let's keep going with the speech, huh? But, you know, when you have when you're in this profession... I have a friend who wanted to come in. I said, do you like speaking? Well, I do, but I have a great fear of speaking. I said, don't be a politician. If you have a fear of speaking, don't be a politician. But one thing you have to know is that no matter how good your people are that operate this machinery, it's going to break. And you're going to be out there all by yourself a lot. And you got to be able to do so. 3 weeks ago, she was saying there was only 32 days left, right? And she's reading it like, there's 32 days, and it stopped. And she went, there's 32 days. 32, 32. And I was watching. I said, this isn't pretty. 32. She was gone. And then, damn it, it kicked back on. She was gone. We've had it. Happens a lot. And don't forget, you got all those people back there. Now, they don't talk about her. But if that ever happened, it happens all the time. I was campaigning in Ohio for a very, very Bernie Moreno. He's doing a good job. I think he's maybe going to win in Ohio. The problem he's got, his opponent, Brown, Sherrod Brown, he's taking ads in like he's my best friend. He never votes for me. He's not my best friend. Ohio's been very friendly to Trump. We win it all the time by a landslide. But the opponent is taking ads. I got 4 of them. I think we have 4 of them, right? They're taking ads. All of a sudden, they love Trump. We agree with Trump on tariffs. We agree with Trump on the border. We love Trump. And they're Democrats. Their friends calling up, did they switch to the Republican Party? But it happened with Bernie Moreno. I was in Ohio to try and get him over the initial primary hump. And it was 45-mile-an-hour winds, and these suckers were blowing like... You ever try reading a teleprompter where it's moving about 2 feet in each? But I didn't have to worry about that because even worse, they ended up blowing off the stage a lot of it. So I'm now in the first sentence, and I got 28,000 people and millions of people watching on television. I got no teleprompter. And did I do a good job, Mr. Speaker? And he won. And he won, huh? Thank you, Matt. And he won. And so you're up there all alone. We don't go 32, 32, 32. Oh, my God, whatever. Kamala Harris is a train wreck who has destroyed everything in her path. To make her president would be a gamble with the lives of millions and millions of people. She would get us into World War III. We're very close to World War III. If you don't have a smart president, if you don't have a president that gets it, if you don't have a president that is respected by the other side, and they did respect us 4 years ago, they really respected us. Iran was broke. They had no money. Russia wouldn't have played with us at all. Russia would have never gone into Ukraine. Israel, October 7th, would never, ever have happened. Would have never have happened. All those people would be alive right now. Those people that were killed on that horrible day. But if you don't have a president that gets it, you know what else you wouldn't have had? You wouldn't have had the most embarrassing day in the history of our country, in my opinion, Afghanistan, the way not that they got out, we were getting out, but we were going to get out with dignity and strength. We got out, an embarrassment, the likes of which this country has never suffered. And because of that, Putin looked at us and they probably figured we were a paper tiger, and he went into Ukraine, and the rest is history. It would have never happened with us. And you wouldn't have had any inflation. We had the best economy, but we had no inflation. And inflation has destroyed a lot of seniors on fixed income, and a lot of people in this room have been virtually destroyed by inflation. You wouldn't have had inflation. They screwed up our energy, and it went up so much. And then they started spending far too much money on things like the Green New Scam, which is just a scam, just a complete scam. They actually admitted that, if you think about it. But she would get us into World War III because she's incompetent, can't do the job, unfit for it, and then all of your sons and daughters will end up getting a little notice. They'll say, Mom, Dad, what is this little green piece of paper? Ay, 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 darling, that's a draft notice. They're drafting you to go and fight in some country that I've never heard this country. I've never heard of this country before. Oh, no, I don't want my baby to fight. I don't want my baby to be killed. What they did in Afghanistan with those 13 great soldiers, I've gotten to know the parents so well, and leaving all of that equipment behind and leaving Americans behind, and many, many people with no legs and no arms, all because of incompetent people. But we don't want your sons and daughters to get a little draft notice and you have to explain to them what it means. We're tired of fighting. I'm the only president in the last 84 years that didn't start a war. Remember Crooked Hillary? Remember crooked Hillary Clinton? Crooked Hillary, oh, she was a beauty. During one of our many debates, she said, look at him, listen to him. He's going to start a war. Listen to his rhetoric. He's going to start a war. I said, no, no, no. My rhetoric is going to keep us out of wars. And that's what happened. 82 years. Other than I finished off ISIS, but that was already started. We had stupid generals like Milley and Mattis, weak, stupid people. But fear not, we have great generals, just not the ones that you see on television all the time. And we wiped them out very quickly. It was going to take 5 years. Mattis said it would take 5 years, and I'm not sure we could do it. It took us like 4 weeks. We have great generals. We have the greatest military in the world. Just a lot of people don't know that. And everybody knows it, but, you know, I saw the other day a report that they issued that if we end up in a war with China, we cannot win. We're not strong enough. So I said to myself, assuming that's true, how stupid are you to put out a report like that? How stupid. Why would you put out a report? Then they'll say, oh, Trump is not truthful. No, I'm smart. You don't put out reports like that. And it's not true. We would kick their ass. It's not true. Our enemies are laughing at her. They want her to win so badly. Oh, they don't want Trump. They don't want Trump. I've made this position a very dangerous one because of that. That's why. It's a very dangerous. You know, if you drive a race car, you have 1/10 of 1% chance of dying. If you ride the bulls, I think the bulls are pretty nasty, right? You have about the same 1/10 of 1% of dying. If you become president of the United States, you got a hell of a shot at dying. I never knew that when I ran. I never thought about it, but here we are. Here we are. And I'm okay with it. And I would rather be here than any place in the world. It's called a very dangerous profession. But if we win, our enemies won't be laughing anymore. They're not going to be laughing. And you know what? The truth is I got along with all of them. I got along with Putin. Ukraine was the apple of his eye, but I said, Vladimir, don't go in. Remember, I ended the pipeline in Europe. I ended the pipeline in Europe. And then when Biden came in, he approved it. But he ended the Keystone pipeline, the one in America. So he got it a little mixed up, didn't he, huh? Nord Stream 2, I said, we're ending Nord Stream 2. Everybody said, what is Nord Stream 2? I said, that's the massive Russian pipeline where they're going to make a fortune, where they're going to Germany and all countries in Europe. So I said, you mean we're fighting to help them with NATO and spending all of that money, and they're paying the person and the group that we're fighting billions of dollars a month? What the hell are we doing? I ended it. It was dead. And Biden came along and he approved it. Weak. Look, 30 years ago, he was not considered smart either. So now he's really not smart. If we win, America will be respected, and even if it's necessary, feared again. It's not the worst word. On issue after issue, Kamala broke it. But I will fix it. We're going to fix it. But we're just not running against Kamala. I think a lot of our politicians here tonight know this. She means nothing. She's purely a vessel. That's all she is. When you see her up there talking about the grass on my front lawn, I grew up in a middle-class neighborhood and I had grass on my front lawn. Yeah, but we're asking, what would you do to fix the country? And why didn't you do it? You had almost 4 years. Why didn't you do this stuff? Now she's, you know, she's becoming more MAGA than those politicians I just told you about from the different states. She can't put two sentences together. She's just like, she's really just like, in many ways, crooked Joe Biden. And she never said to us, she never told us that Joe was not functioning properly. She should have. Because, you know, we're talking about the life of the most important country in the world. We need very smart people. We're running against something far bigger than Joe or Kamala, and far more powerful than them, which is a massive, vicious, crooked, radical left machine that runs today's Democrat Party. They're just vessels. In fact, they're perfect vessels because they'll never give them a hard time. They'll do whatever they want. I know many of them. It's just this amorphous group of people. But they're smart and they're vicious. And we have to defeat them. And when I say the enemy from within, the other side goes crazy, becomes a sound. Oh, how can he say? No, they've done very bad things to this country. They are indeed the enemy from within. But this is who we're fighting. These are the people who are doing such harm to our country with their open border policies, record-setting inflation, Green New scam, and everything else that they're doing. But we're not going to let it happen any longer. We're going to have the biggest victory in the history of our country on November 5th. It's going to be the biggest victory in history. We're going to make America great again, everybody. On top of it all, Kamala says she would not do one thing differently from Joe Biden, which is totally disqualifying. And you have to remember this. All of the mistakes he made, and you know what maybe is the worst, but they're all so bad. Think of this. 325,000 children are missing, dead, sex slaves or slaves. They came through the open border and they're gone. Their parents will most likely never see them again, almost any of them. Think of the number. 325,000 children are missing or dead. Take a look at this, please.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
I stood there on the tarmac watching you check your watch.
The chaotic and deadly U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan stunned Americans and the world and cost the lives of 13 U.S. soldiers.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been caught at the border and then released into the United States.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The suspect entered the U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
Gut-wrenching new details in the murder of Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national who crossed the unsecured southern border back in 2022.
Two men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder in the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
A fifth illegal immigrant accused of attacking two New York City police officers over the weekend showed no remorse or regret.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
Only 18% say the economy is in excellent or good condition.
U.S. inflation has hit a new 40-year high, increasing by 9.1% over the financial year.
Authorities saying Train de Aragua, which has been linked with more than 100 criminal investigations here in the U.S., has now been found operating its criminal enterprise in apartment complexes.
Were you the last person in the room? Yes.
So if you want to end this disaster, you got to get out and vote. Just go out and vote. You got to get out. We have to put it away. We're close. We're so close. You know, usually the Republicans are losing in the first week in the early voting. And we did something that has not been done. I don't think, Speaker, it's been done yet, but it's been done for us. We're leading every one of the swing states, all 7 of them. So we usually get them from behind, because Republicans like to vote on a thing called Election Day. You know, in the old days, we had election days. Today, we have election periods. They go on forever. And last time, they went beyond and start early, start late, do whatever the hell you want. You know, we got more votes in 2020 than any sitting president in history by millions. Okay. And we did great, obviously, in 2016 we won, but we did much better in 2020. But nothing compares to what's happening. I mean, you have tens of thousands of people standing outside watching us on a television, and we love you out there. We love you. They're watching. But both of those great races, both of them don't compare to what's happening now. In Florida, we took a massive lead, and all of these places. I mean, there's something happening that's really good. There's something happening that's really good, but let's close it out. Pretend you're 1 point down. Would everybody pretend? Let me just do a poll. Who has already voted? Who is going to vote? That's what I like. That would be better than the other way if you've already voted. So I'd say 16, 17, maybe 20%, and we're leading. And most of you haven't voted, but you promise you're going to vote? Everybody promise? Promise, promise, promise? There's a lot of people in here. Well, the beauty is that, you know, a Republican likes to vote late, and they like to vote and make sure their vote's in the box, right? They want to vote. They just feel better about it. And so we had a lot of people voting, but really that's the same. I do it in every event. I say, who's voted for the last 3 events? Last night I was at Penn State, a great place. I actually met, this is an amazing, the national championship wrestling team. They won Penn State won the national championship, but listen to this. 11 out of the last 13 years, even Jim Jordan would be impressed by that. You know, Jim Jordan is a great guy. He's a great wrestler, all-American wrestler, Jim. You can see it by the way he acts. He's not afraid of anything, right? And I looked at those guys, and they're rough as hell. I said, you may be the only people that can take Trendy Aragua in a fight. And it won't even be that easy for them. They're tough people. But it was great to meet that team, and there's great champions, amazing, really great champions. And we were packed at Penn State. We were packed. No matter where we go, we're packed. No matter where we go, because there's something happening. And the something happening is they want to take back their country. People want to take back their country. You love the country. I love the country. We want to take it back. I could be right now on the most beautiful beach in the world. I could be at Turnberry in Scotland. I own it. I could be anywhere. I got that greatest. I don't have to be here, but I would much rather be at Madison Square Garden with you. So we're thrilled to be joined today by an incredible group of patriots who are going to help us save our country, including our next Vice President J.D. Vance. And a man who was so incredible. Last week I watched that rocket ship come down. I've never seen it. I told this story last night. I was on the phone with a very, very important person. And I'm talking to him, and I'm watching the television while I'm talking to this guy. He's boring as hell. And I said, wait a minute, wait a minute. I'm looking at the screen, and I see this rocket pouring the fire, the flames. It's all over the place. It was white a week ago, and now it's pitch black from the burning coming down at 10,000 miles an hour. It's coming down at a low. There he is. There is my Eli.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. We are currently listening to the 45th, who most people that I've seen and spoken with are saying will be the 47th, most likely. What do you think based on your own opinion? What do you think? Let me know in the chat. All right, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel MSG, Madison Square Garden. This is legendary, guys. To see a presidential candidate, a former president, speak. at Madison Square Garden. Sold out. Thousands of people on the streets. Watch it. This is the greatest time in political history in America, bro. At least for me, though. I mean, I don't know what you think, because, yeah, I mean, shoot, I don't know, man, because I cannot wait for this man to get back in there.
He's that great. You know what he was doing for the last week? Campaigning in Pennsylvania. He's a sweetheart, too. So I'm talking to this guy, very important guy, big guy, and I have the television screen on, and there's rockets coming down. I said, it was pure, beautiful white when it left, but it's burned from the fire and the flame, and it is. And now I see it coming down like this, and it's like 20 stories tall or something. It's massive, and it's coming down. And I say to the guy, hey, do me a favor, will you hold on a minute? Just hold on. I'll talk to you. This is like one of the most important people. I'm watching. Said, just hold on. I put the phone down. By the way, I never picked it up again. You know what these people are going to say? He's cognitively impaired. He's cognitively impaired. Oh, you don't think so? They're the worst. They are the worst. So I put it down, and I'm watching this rocket, and I see the engines. I say, oh, it's going to crash. No, because it was looking right next to gantry. I guess they call it the gantry, whatever the hell they call it, the launching pad. And it's coming down at a bad angle, Elon. I wasn't happy. And I was a little worried. You might have been worried, too. I said, oh, no, it's not going to be good. And then all of a sudden, I saw the flame on the bottom left, and it was ripping. The flame was pouring out of that sucker, and it straightened it out like this. And it came down, and it landed, and then its two of these big, beautiful arms grabbed it, and they held it tight. And I said, I wasn't sure if it was a movie. I thought it might be one of these crazy movies. And I said, I got to call Elon. And I call him. I said, Elon, was that you? This is like about 4 minutes after. Was that you? No. Yep, that was me. I say, Elon, you're a genius. You are a genius. You are he is special. He is special. And you know what he wants more than anything else? For our country to be really well run, solidly run, to be run democratically, all the things that everybody in this room wants. And I mean, honestly, he left that pad and he went to Pennsylvania to campaign. Can you believe it? And I asked him a couple of questions. I said, Elon, let me ask you a question. Can Russia do that? No. Can China do that? No. Can anybody do that other than you? Nobody else can do it. Nobody else can do it. Pretty good. And he said, and they won't be able to for 10 years, you said, right? They won't be able to for 10 years. No, he's amazing. And he's a great guy, too. He really is. Got to remember him. This is a piece of work. You know, we had a black hat, right? You saw him with a black hat at Butler. He was there, and it was beautiful. We had 101,000 people celebrating a great firefighter, a great guy, Corey. And Elon got up, and I didn't even know we made a black hat. I've never seen anybody wear it. I see the red hats all over the place, the white hats. I see all different, but I never saw black. But he liked the black. You know, he's a little different. It's a black hat with black letters, okay? It's called understated. And I said, you like that hat? He said, I love that hat. I call it Dark MAGA. But you know that after that evening, that became our #1 best-selling hat for that week. All I have to do is put something on them now. You're great. And thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's great. Thank you. And we also have somebody that is great. And look, we're not going to let him go too crazy, Elon, with the oil and gas stuff. And, you know, because Robert F. Kennedy cares more about human beings and health and the environment than anybody. And he's going to be absolutely, having him is such a great honor. I've been friends of his for a long time. And I'm going to let him go wild on health. I'm going to let him go wild on the food. I'm going to let him go wild on medicines. The only thing I don't think I'm going to let him even get near is the liquid gold that we have under our feet. I don't know, Elon, he might not like liquid gold. It's oil and gas, sometimes referred to as oil and gas. JD, I think we're going to have to keep him away from the oil and gas. What do you think, Howard? Yes? But where is Robert? He's around. He gave a beautiful speech. He's a great guy. He truly cares. I mean, he truly cares about this, and it's an honor. And we're also pleased to be joined by my beautiful wife. She's got the #1 best-selling book in the whole universe, New York Times. #1 best-selling. Go out and buy one of her. It's a great book. It's a great. You know what? I was nervous when I read it. I said, I wonder if she said some bad stuff about me. I was very nervous. But she's great. Congratulations, honey. That's a big deal. #1 in the New York Times list. Now, if she's #1 and her name is Trump on the New York Times list, that book definitely was #1. I guarantee you that. Thank you, honey. Great. And we have a fabulous, brilliant woman, top student at Yale Law School. They were both top students. They're going to have very smart kids. If you believe in that, I believe in it strongly. I would like to have their children because they are going to be smart. Yale Law School, top of the class, both of them. Usha Vance, thank you, Usha, for being here. Thank you. Thank you very much. With their 2 beautiful children. And my children here, Don and Eric and Tiffany, and along with Lara, Kimberly and Michael, we have great people. We have Barron home, he's watching. That Barron is watching. He's the king of the internet. He's the king of the internet. Oh. Who was that? That's very nice. My sister Elizabeth is here. She's great. I don't know where she is, but she's great. And we love her. And Speaker Mike Johnson is here, and he's doing a great job. It's not easy when you have a majority of 3, but he's done a great job, and he's going to continue to do a great job, and we like him. He's a terrific person. I watched him just totally decapitate a fake reporter on NBC, Meet the Fake Press. What he did to her was... I think that probably she'll never be the same. Nobody would know. Look at him, such a nice-looking guy, just that little beautiful face with the glasses. Got the little glasses. Everyone says, oh, he's so nice. He's such a nice person. He's not a nice person. He's not nice at all, right, Matt? But great job. We think he's great. And he's going to be around for a long time, I predict. We have a senator here who I love, Senator Tommy Tuberville. And he's from a great place, Alabama. I love Alabama. I'm up in Alabama by 49 points. 49 points. We're up by a lot in a lot of different places, but it's a great place, and thank you, Tommy. And all of our other great congressmen. We have so many, if I ever named them, we're going to be up here a long time. So they're going to be angry. They won't speak to me for probably a month or so, but it'll calm down after that. Right, Matt Gaetz? It'll calm down. It'll calm down. But we have great, great people, and they're really doing a job, and we're going to turn this country around. You know, with me, we got to get the congressmen elected, and we got to get the senators elected, because we can take the Senate pretty easily. And I think with our little secret, we're going to do really well with the House, right? Our little secret is having a big impact. He and I have a secret. We'll tell you what it is when the race is over. I also want to thank Jim Dolan and everyone at Madison Square Garden for an unbelievable, this is unbelievable. I've watched the Knicks and Rangers here, and what a location. You know, they tried to talk Jim out of this location. We're going to move you to the river. We're going to move you all over the place. And he's tough. He said, I don't know. They offered him all sorts of money. We're going to move Madison. It's a very prime location. We're going to move it to the river. Well, we're right on top of every train hub in it's like the world or something right here. And he didn't like it that much, but he was offered a lot. Man, did he make a good decision. That would have been peanuts compared to the value. But There's no place like Madison Square Garden. Thank you very much to Jim and all of you people. But here are the facts. Kamala Harris is a radical left Marxist, rated even worse than crazy Bernie Sanders or Pocahontas. She destroyed our economy. She was an original creator of defund the police. Can you believe it? She was one of the originals for defund the police. And anybody who wants to defund our great police for even 1 week is not worthy of being president of the United States, because that's where her thinking is. Kamala vowed to abolish ICE. You know, those tough people you've been looking up at the screen? They're the ones that get them out of our country. I know a lot of people right in these rows. They're very tough. They don't want any part of it. They got to go in there, fist a-blazing to move them. You know, we had a case in Long Island where MS-13, one of the other really bad gangs, killed 2 young girls, 16 years old, walking to school. They didn't shoot them. They knifed them and they cut them into little pieces because it was so painful. Perfect young, beautiful girls were cut up into little pieces by knives. MS-13, they're animals. And you know who took care of it for us? ICE. ICE, they had no problem. Kamala wants to defund ICE. We're not defunding ICE, right? We're not defunding ICE. We're not even going to think about it. She's never going to get the chance. There's no way she becomes president. There's no way. Radical left lunatic who she destroyed San Francisco. She destroyed, along with Gavin Newsom, the governor, who's the worst, one of the worst governors in the country. They destroyed California. And she's not going to get a chance to destroy our country any further. We're going to get it back fast. She wants to ban fracking. And as California Attorney General, she redefined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as a totally nonviolent crime. She pledged to confiscate your guns. Is there anybody in the room that would like to give up their gun to come? I had a feeling you might say that. And endorsed a total ban on handgun ownership. I don't think that's good. When a criminal crawls into your house at night, it would be nice to be able to at least have a chance, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be nice? She even called for free sex change operations on illegal aliens in detention at taxpayer expense. Think of it, at taxpayer. She said they're caught, they're illegally detained, but if they want a sex change operation, she's all in favor. Now, she gave this stuff up about a year ago, a little more, because it didn't work. It wasn't working too well with the electorate. But she'll be back to it because that's where it is. She's a radical left person from San Francisco. She destroyed the place. But you know, she lied about that, but she also lied about something very important. For years and years, she said she had a job at McDonald's. And the reason I went there last week, do you know that I got a call from Sundar, very smart guy, at Google. He said, this is the most amazing thing. We've had just about more hits on this crazy McDonald's store. And I went there just to prove a little point. See, you never know how something's going to work out, Mr. VP, do you? But he called and he said, we've had more hits on McDonald's than, I think he said, anything we've ever had, but let's say it's close. And did anybody watch Joe Rogan recently? Good? So she lied about McDonald's. She lied about everything. She's got ads on saying Donald Trump is this, he's going to do this, he's going to do... It's the exact opposite what my policies are. She's got me doing this. He doesn't want to frack. No, I'm all for fracking. And I have been for... One thing I have been, even the enemy, because they are the enemy, what they've said, even that enemy too, and they're really the enemy. They're the enemy of the people, the press. They said one thing about me that I consider a great compliment. They said, this guy is the most consistent person we've ever seen. Because I've been against cars and car factories being taken out of Detroit and being taken out of our manufacturing of automobiles, being taken out of our system, out of our country for years. I've been against all of the things that are happening and have happened. We stopped it, and now it's happening again. When you hear 50,000 manufacturing jobs lost in just a short period of time. But I've been the most consistent because we're going to bring our manufacturing back to the United States. It's all coming back, so get ready. Get ready. You're going to have your choice of great jobs. And on top of all this, Kamala tried to turn our military woke. So tonight, whether you are a Republican, Democrat, or independent, conservative, or liberal, I'm inviting you to join the greatest political movement in the history of our country. It's really it is. Do you know it's the greatest movement in the history of our country? I tell the story years ago. There's a guy, is a great guy, older guy now, very old, but he was great, conservative guy, Pat Buchanan, right? We know Pat Buchanan. He came in second in the New Hampshire primary, and for 45 years he made an unbelievable career of it. He was a hot item. He was on every show. He came in second in one primary. We came in first in 50 primaries. We then had a great election that we won. We then had another great election that we did a hell of a lot better in, and bad things happened. We're not going to let that happen. COVID. They used COVID to cheat. But we then had an election, but now we have the election of, this will be, in my opinion, I have to say because, there's always risks, I guess. But if we pull this off, this will be the biggest political event in the history of our country. Right? And we're building the biggest, broadest, most diverse coalition in American history, including union workers and Border Patrol agents. By the way, the Border Patrol gave me last week their complete and total endorsement. They said he's the greatest president in the history of the country, but we don't have to go that far. And they said there's never been anybody like him on the border. They said to him, the fake news said, has she ever called you? No. They didn't like that answer, by the way. Then they asked her, have you ever called? No, she never called. Almost 4 years, she never called, not once, the Border Patrol. And she was the border czar. She was in charge of the border. Think of it. 4 years, she never called. Now she's trying to say, I was really not the border. Whether she was the border czar or not, she was put in charge of the border by Sleepy Joe. And then he went to bed. He put her in charge. She went to bed. She did the worst job on the border than anybody has done in the history of the world. There's never been a border like this in the world. And a third world country would fight people with sticks and stones to stop them from pouring into that country. And we let them just come right in. What a shame. What a shame. Police and firefighters also. We have every endorsement from virtually every sheriff's department, police department. They're looking for just one cop. Is there one? Well, it's not going to be in New York's finest. By the way, how good are the police outside? New York's finest. And you know what? I want to thank Mayor Adams, because Mayor Adams has been treated pretty badly. When he said that this whole thing with the migrants coming into New York, this is just not sustainable. We can't do it. We're trying to run a city. We got 100,000 migrants coming. We can't do it. It just can't do it. It's not feasible. It's not good. He said it very nicely. I said, well, he's going to be indicted by these lunatics for saying that. A year later, he got indicted. I think they upgraded his seat in an airplane. That's a very serious charge. They've upgraded my seat a lot, too. I used to fly commercial. I don't fly it so much anymore. But they'd see me back there and, sure, would you like an upgrade? I don't know. Maybe it's something else. But I have to tell you, he's been really great. And he said, that they shouldn't be calling Trump a dictator because it's not true. That's nice. That was nice. Very nice. So we want to thank Mayor Adams, going through a hard time with these people. These are lunatics, by the way. They've weaponized the Justice Department against their political opponent. I am under investigation more than the great, late Alphonse Capone. My father's looking down on me right now. He was a tough guy, but he was like legit. And I know my mother's in heaven. I'm not 100% sure of my father, but it's close. But he's looking down at me right now. And he's saying, how the hell did this happen to my son? He's not a bad person. I'm a good person. All we want to do is straighten out our country. But all of the veterans are with us, all of the steel workers. I saved our steel plants. And I don't like Japan buying U.S. steel. U.S. steel used to be like Elon Musk, like 70 years ago, the biggest, the best company in the world. You know that, Elon? You wouldn't know. He's too young to know. U.S. steel was the big baby. That was a big, I don't know. There's something nice about U.S. steel being the biggest as opposed to Google. You know, it's like a different kind of a company. But we sort of need steel in this country. Like, we're not going to go to war with me as your president, but if we, on the long shot that we do, we don't want to say we need steel. Can we get it from China, or can we get it from someplace else? It's always a possibility. But I will tell you, you're not going to have a war with me, and you're not going to have a third world war with me. That I can tell you. But we need steel. And I would not approve U.S. steel being bought by Japan. I wouldn't do it. Just out of psychologically not good. We'll help them out, but I don't like it. We're seeing historic levels of support among our black population, Hispanic population, and our Asian population. Jews, Muslims, by the way. Did anybody see yesterday? Did anybody see what took place? I was with the Muslims yesterday in Michigan. And when the polls first came out, they had 100%, I had 0. And yesterday, I watched this anchor on CNN almost choke. She said, something's happening in Michigan, big population, couple of 100,000, a lot of votes. Something's happening, the poll just came out. Trump is at 59, Kamala is at 8 with the Muslim population. They never saw anything like that, Eli. And these are people, by the way, they're great. They just want peace. They want to have peace. And it's great. So Jews and Muslims and Catholics and evangelicals and Mormons, and they're all joining our cause in large numbers, larger than anyone has ever seen in this country before, larger than they've ever seen in any country. And the Republican Party has really become the party of inclusion, and that's something very nice about that. And we're a big, powerful party, and they're losing it. They're really losing it. Together we will lift America to glory beyond your wildest dreams. It's going to happen fast, too. So in conclusion, with your vote this November, we're going to fire Kamala.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. We are currently watching the 45th, most people say it might be the 47th, at Madison Square Garden in New York. You know why this man is getting so much support from everybody? The support is this high because everybody knows you are almost 100% guaranteed peace with this man right here. It's the proven facts. You can say, if I vote for Trump, I could, it's almost sure there would be peace. It's almost sure we're finna be on peacetime. Man, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, man. I don't know who you're voting for, but that's my man right there.
And we are going to save America. We will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands and thousands of factories back to America. We're even going to get Elon to bring that stuff back. We will build American, we will buy American, and we will hire American. I will end the war in Ukraine, which would have never happened if I were president. I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III from happening. We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve. We will strengthen and modernize our military. I rebuilt our military in total. Rebuilt all of our military. Built 571 miles of wall, too. I took it out of the military because I couldn't get it from the people in Congress that should have given it to us. So I considered it an invasion. I said to a couple of generals, I said, congratulations, this is an invasion of our country. So I took it out of the military, had 9 lawsuits and won them all. We will build a massive defense shield, all made in the USA. We're going to build a beautiful dome over our country. And a lot of it's going to be made right here in New York. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., which has become a very dangerous and badly managed place. We're going to make them safe, clean, and beautiful again. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. And as long as the Speaker of the House of Representatives is here, I would like to put forward a bill, because I watched 2 months ago as some very bad people, radical left people, by the way, nothing happened to them, in Washington, D.C., burned our American flags. They were burning flags. And I would like to suggest that we put in a bill, if you burn the American flag, 1 year in jail. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will keep men out of women's sports. I will defend religious liberty, I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms. Our Second Amendment is under siege. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are finally going to build up our country, defend our borders, and protect our citizens. It's called America First, and it's going to happen at levels never seen before.
All right. I just saw a comment in the chat. Somebody said, do you think Trump will win? Anything is possible, but I am almost certain that he is going to win, because a lot of people that I've spoken with, every poll that I've seen, independent polls, most of them are going towards Trump. So it's like, it's almost for sure that he is going to win. Almost. I'm not saying he is. Almost. Most likely going to be the 47th. But anything is possible, bro. Anything is possible. But if he wins, that is hands down the greatest American story ever told. Straight up. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. The legendary 45th is speaking.
And I'll tell our friends, our allies, who sometimes treat us very badly, that it's about time we take care of ourselves. And we will stop the illegal immigration that's taking place at levels never seen before. We will stop it cold and once and for all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again. Everyone will prosper. Every family will thrive. And every day will be filled with opportunity and hope. And very much so, it will be filled with the American dream. We're bringing back the American dream, and we're going to bring it back at the highest level that you've ever seen. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda with a landslide that is too big to rig. So you need to get out and vote. Get your husband off the couch. The football game doesn't mean a damn thing. You got to get out and vote. Get up, Harry. Come on, Harry. Get up, Harry. Let's go. You're going to vote for the president, Harry. We're going to save our country. For the past 9 years, we have been fighting against the most sinister and corrupt forces on earth. With your vote in this election, you can show them once and for all that this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. It belongs to you. No city embodies the spirit, energy, and potential of the American people more than where we are gathered tonight. We want to win our country, but we also want to win New York and make it safe and strong and beautiful and affordable and vibrant again. And we're going to do that. And we'll work with the mayor and we'll work with the governor. We're going to do that. We're going to make it great. You know, when I left for Washington 8 years ago, we had a horrible mayor named de Blasio. He was a horrible. And things you could see they weren't being properly done, but still it was a place that people wanted to be and all. But since then, our federal government, what they've done to this place, what they've done to the state, and I mean, to force hundreds of thousands of really rough people into this beautiful, I call it a beautiful oasis. When I left, New York was the place you wanted to be, and now people just don't speak well of it. But we're gonna bring it back, and we're gonna bring it back strong. And I hope you go out and vote. You got to vote for. You got to vote. It would be such an honor to win New York. Hasn't been done in decades. Hasn't been done in so long. It hasn't been done in so long. They all say, "Sir, you're wasting your money." I don't think so. Your crime is through the roof. Everything is through the roof. I remember during the debate, they said, "No, sir, this stupid person named David Muir from ABC Fake News." He said, "Sir, crime is not through the roof. Crime is down." I said, "No, it's not." I said, "It's not down, it's up. It's down." I was like debating three people. I had that person next to him who I never even heard of. But it turned out the following day, they released the stats, and crime was up 45%. And what a shame. What a shame. We really need a fair press in this country. If we have a fair press, that's going to be 50% of the battle of bringing it back. But this is the city where I was born and raised, and this is the town that taught me that Americans can do anything when they want to. So no matter our differences, when we work together, there is nothing that we cannot achieve. From New York to Las Vegas, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Charlotte, from Atlanta to Detroit, this nation was built by generations of American patriots who gave everything they had for our rights, our future, and for our freedom. Through freezing cold winters and hot, scorching summers, through storms and setbacks and conflicts and danger, our American ancestors pushed onward, marched forward, and overcame every single obstacle that stood in their way. Together they crossed the oceans, settled a continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, raised up those mighty skyscrapers, built the highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and launched American astronauts to the moon. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country, and 9 days from now, it's hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in the history of the USA. With your help from now until Election Day, we will restore America's promise, we will put America first, and we will take back the nation that we all love. We bleed the same blood, we share the same home, and we salute the same great American flag. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never, ever back down. And we will never, ever, ever, ever surrender. Together we will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. We're going to win, win, win. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, New York. God bless you. God bless you all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was so good. That was absolutely amazing, guys. Absolutely amazing. Think about it. Let's think about it. This man wins and gas prices comes down, grocery prices comes down, electricity bills comes down because I know electricity bill has gone up. You know insurance has gone up for sure. I don't have to tell you. If you pay bills, you know 100% that it has gone up. And that's why I say people watching the live stream, if you don't pay bills, then why are you actually watching the live stream? Because you're just making points that you don't really you're not you, you're not really involved in. Because if you pay bills 100%, you know what we're talking about. You know that inflation has gone up. You know. But if you don't buy groceries, if you don't pay insurance bill, if you don't pay electricity bill, how would you know? You ain't finna know. You know what I mean? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and for people saying this man has been the president before, why didn't he do some of these things he's saying he wants to do? Actually, he's campaigning based on performance because he say he wants to bring back uh remain in Mexico. So he's saying when I was there was peace. That is basically running based on what he's done before and new ideas as well. So and Kamala is running according to the things that I've heard, she's running solely based on what she is going to do when if she becomes the president of the United States, if she gets the vote. But it's like, so what have you actually done now with the president? What can you actually say that you've accomplished that the people can listen to and say, you know what? I'm going to vote for her based on the fact that she did that. They did that. They did this, they did that. You know what I mean? And people can't really see it because people are actually going through a lot because the prices are so high. People are going through a lot. People are working 3 or 4 jobs just to get by. A lot of people are becoming, you know, homeless, basically. But God is great. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. All right. Let's listen to what CNN has to say because CNN definitely has something to say pertaining this rally in Madison Square Garden of the 45th. Let's hear it.
If you're just tuning in, we have been watching former President Donald Trump, who is speaking at a rally in Madison Square Garden in New York City. Thousands and thousands of people there. We have heard, by all accounts from our reporters who cover Trump rallies day in, day out, that this is the darkest rhetoric they have heard coming from this event tonight. Trump, who we have just gone through with Kristen Holmes and Alex Thompson, fact-checking a number of falsehoods that he has centered around immigration. And we also have heard from people who came before him on the stage and were cheered by that crowd. They called Vice President Harris the Antichrist, the devil. They railed against what they called effing illegals. This is some of what we have heard out of Madison Square Garden tonight. And of course, former president is still going. I want to go back to Kristen Holmes, who's inside. Kristen, we dipped out of the speech for a little bit. What more has he been saying?
I don't know
Look, right now he's giving his general talking points, and a lot of it is I'm just on here. He's using the word nasty, so I'm trying to figure out what he's talking about because I wanted to hear if he was referring to Kamala Harris or not, because that's not a word he often uses, but it doesn't sound like it. He has been using the same rhetoric that he often does. As you noted, there is a very heavy focus on immigration. Unsurprisingly, Donald Trump believes that dark, fear-based rhetoric around immigration is what helped get him into the White House in 2016, and he believes that it could help him again in 2024. Now, right now, he is talking about former First Lady Melania Trump. He is giving her a shout out. Just a reminder, she spoke tonight. This is the first time she has gotten up on a stage in any campaign event this cycle and actually spoken. She didn't attend either of the debates that he was at. She attended the RNC but did not speak. And the only other campaign event she has been at was at Mar-a-Lago, which is her home, when he announced his president's candidacy back in November of 2022. So she has been barely visible this campaign cycle, but she was on the stage again tonight. But overall, what we're hearing is a reprise of all of his greatest hits. He talks about the economy. He talks about tariffs. We fact-checked that. We talk about immigration. He clearly is doubling down on that fear-based dark rhetoric. This is something he believes is going to help him propel him to the White House again in November. This is him on display. I think Alex said this. He is putting on a show right now. And one of the things I had heard before he came here was that he wanted to give the people a show, that's part of his idea for Madison Square Garden. One of the things that his team was saying was that Donald Trump is playing the garden, which is a typical, colloquial way of saying someone is at the Madison Square Garden, but they're treating him like he's a celebrity and this is his big performance. He's clearly now talking about his family, talking about how they're all involved in politics, talking about how helpful they've been. But most of this is a normal campaign speech for him, just ramped up on steroids, given the fact that he is here taking the stage at this giant venue. And again, I just really can't stress enough that even though we are talking about how dark, how divisive, how polarizing these comments can be and fear-based, the crowd is loving it. They are standing up. They are giving him different applause lines at various times, standing ovations at various times. They are receiving the information that he is putting out there. And as Alex said, we don't know if this is going to go further than just his base, but it does feel to the Trump team, who I've talked to on the ground here, that they are gaining some momentum while Donald Trump continues to use this kind of rhetoric on the campaign trail. So it doesn't seem as though he's going to dial it back or change any of.
The crowd is loving it because they know what their grocery prices used to be. They know what their electricity bill used to be like. They know they didn't have to hear anything about Ukraine and Russia. They know they had nothing to even that there was basically no conversation about those countries. So they don't care. It's like you're saying, you know what? You better succumb to your emotions. Like emotions pay the bills. No, emotions and feelings don't pay the bills. So whatever he's saying don't really matter, baby. What matters is actions. Actions, bro. Actions pay the bills. We care about performance. And what was his performance? Abraham's Accord. Okay. HBCU funding. Okay. So it's like, what are you? First step act. So it's like, right to try for the VA. Opportunity zones, bro. So we don't really care about all that, what he's saying. We know he is a man of action. From day one, this man is going to start rolling for sure.
Of his messaging in these final days before the campaign.
Yeah, and what's amazing too, Kristen, is that we've fact-checked a number of things that he has said. But if you're an American and your media diet is very narrow, and you don't seek out the fact check, you don't seek out the truth, then this worldview can feel very real. And clearly, there's so many in that in Madison Square Garden right now who feel that way, and who only know what they are being told. I also thought it was interesting. He did touch when we were listening on General John Kelly and Millie Mattis. He called them stupid and weak. Of course, Kelly and Millie just this week, we're talking about how they believe Trump is a fascist. What more have you heard about that?
And Mattis said he would agree with anything that John Kelly said. This is clearly three people who have spoken out against Donald Trump. It's unsurprising that he would call them stupid. He has name called them before. He has been increasingly angry, particularly at General Milley and General Kelly, John Kelly. I mean, this is something we have seen now for several months. The campaign doesn't believe that this is going to impact them at all. They don't believe these kind of comments have impacted them. They'd say that John Kelly has already spoken out against Donald Trump. But you can tell that it's gotten underneath Donald Trump's skin. The fact that he's bringing it up at this rally, the fact that he's bringing up the two of them saying that they were stupid, that they made bad decisions, clearly goes to show that the fact that they have spoken out against him is getting underneath his skin here. It's something that's not that surprising given the fact that Donald Trump is known to have thin skin.
Right. All right. Kristen, I want you to stand by. We do have Priscilla Alvarez, who is joining us by phone. And Priscilla has been with Vice President Kamala Harris all day in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. Priscilla, are you there?
I am. Hi, Jessica.
Hi. I just want to get your sense from what you're hearing from the Harris campaign as this is unfolding, because clearly they are watching this to see what happens. And Harris will say often, I invite you.
Wait, did I just hear that someone said that Donald Trump has been known to have thin skin? Did she say thin skin or thick skin? Because that man's skin ain't thin, bro. Since 2016 till now, that's not thin skin, sister. That ain't no thin skin now. This is the thing. This is why. Like, I truly wanted to see, a beautiful colored woman lead the country. However, it's about capabilities. It's about performance. It's about actions. Okay. What's your performance like? What's your actions like? And is it the same people that were telling us that Joe is ready for another term, even after they saw the debates? These same people were like, Joe is ready for another term. He's strong enough to go for another term. So it's like, I can't even believe y'all no more. Man.
To watch Donald Trump's rallies and see what he says. And we have, as Kristen just described, a rally that has his rhetoric and this dark rhetoric that we hear, but it is on steroids. So what is the Harris campaign seeing, and what are they taking away from this?
Well, and it's not only that the vice president has told people to watch the former president's rallies to see what he's about, but rather I have been to a rally of hers rather recently where she played clips of the former president talking about, for example, his enemy from within comments. So she has invited that into her own rallies to make her point that it is the former president using what she has described as the same tired playbook. Now, that is much of the response that we are getting tonight as well from campaign officials, from Democratic officials who are watching this, and they are seeing it as fear-mongering. They're seeing it as the former president using, again, the playbook that he has used before when running back in 2016 or in 2020. But this is also part of the strategy that is starting to come together in the closing days of the vice president's campaign. For example, the vice president has recently been using a line where she says that the former president is consumed by what she has called as the, quote, enemies list versus her to-do list. So they are casting a picture of the former president as obsessed with revenge, plotting revenge in the Oval Office. And rallies like tonight and the former president's rhetoric tonight play into what the vice president, her campaign, have been saying, that he is consumed by his own troubles or issues with, for example, some of his former officials, be it John Kelly, who called him a fascist. Now, in terms of immigration, that has been a
Oh my goodness. Did I just hear something about revenge or rhetoric, or is consumed by his own troubles, issues? It's like the people that I'm listening to are literally accusing this man of exactly what is going on in their own camp. So you're saying this person wants to do something to his opponent. However, he is the one that is going through indictment and all of this stuff. He is the one that has had two attempts on him. So it's like, what are you saying exactly? And for people saying, well, he talks too much, he's rhetoric, does words pay your bills? If you could tell me words pay your bills, then okay, fine. But words do not pay the bills. Being good hearted, being kind does not pay your bills, okay? Being kind with your words does not pay your bills. Going to work 40 hours a week, doing extra time, that's what pays your bills, not the words, not the kind gestures, okay? Your kids won't eat kind gestures. It would help them in life, but if you don't pay the bills, you sure wouldn't have a home. You sure wouldn't have power in your home. So please, miss me with that kind of words.
Political vulnerability for the vice president and for the president for some time now. In fact, it was political vulnerability with Republicans who had attacked the administration repeatedly over the last several years. But it also became an issue with Democrats amid the record number of people crossing the U.S.-Mexico border and then going to these Democratic cities. It also raised alarm among people within the Democratic Party. So it not only became a Republican issue, but a Democratic issue as well. And that has been something that they have had to navigate. Now, the vice president, when again presented with this, has called for two things: border security. In fact, she has leaned even harder on that as of late, while also saying that there should be, for example, a pathway to citizenship for immigrants, trying to strike a balance here. And so this dark rhetoric from the former president is in some ways a problem for this administration and this campaign, knowing, of course, that there have been border crises over the last 3 years and that they have struggled and to grapple with those crises. But when pressed on this, the campaign will often say that this is just the former president resorting to his fear mongering. So certainly they are seeing it that way. And we have to keep an eye out now for these next several days, including Tuesday, where we anticipate the vice president's closing arguments at the Ellipse. And that is where I'm told we'll see more of this dark, or rather, we'll see more from the vice president on the stark contrast between her and the former president, notably with the White House behind her, and notably, of course, where the former president delivered his speech on January 6th that then led to the attack on the Capitol. So all of this to say is that they are watching this closely. This is the type of rhetoric that they warn about when the vice president talks about the stakes of the election. And Jessica, as we talked about earlier today, what was also interesting about the vice president's remarks here in crucial battleground Pennsylvania is that she didn't mention the former president, but she talked about the broader tent that they are building, because what they're seeing and what their hope is that there are Republicans who are watching tonight who are turned off by what the former president is saying, and that those are the votes that they can try to peel off from the former president. So certainly all of this expected to certainly be featured or at least accounted for as the vice president closes out this presidential election.
All right, Priscilla Alvarez, thank you very much for that reporting.
Ooh. Okay, question. Everybody watching the live stream, let me know in the chat. Did you vote already? If you haven't voted, let me know. If you have voted, let me know. I am voting on Monday. So if you want to go on Monday, let's go do it on Monday, man. Let's go do it on Monday. Let's get it, okay? Let's go. I am going out on Monday to do what needs to be done, which is vote, exercise your right, okay? All right. For people asking, play someone else. On this channel, we play everybody. Okay, we don't just play one uh candidate. We play both candidates. I'm still gonna play Kamala for you guys. It doesn't matter. It don't matter if you don't like her. What matters is you let people hear the facts. Okay, that's all that matters.
Well, right now, Trump fans here in New York City already lining up for hours before President Trump takes the stage for a historic blowout rally at Madison Square Garden.
Wow. And our own Carly Shimkus is live outside of Madison Square Garden as preparations are underway. Carly, good morning. It's so good to see you.
Good morning. Yeah, it's so great to be on. I'm so glad that I'm here with all these people. The energy, the enthusiasm is second to none. What is your name?
Danielle.
And why are you here? Why are you here so early?
Oh my goodness, where else to be? And we're in New York City, Donald Trump. I mean, we got to make New York red again.
Is this your first Trump rally?
No, it's not. I went to the one in the Bronx as well. It was amazing.
Okay.
It's nothing like it, honestly. Look at this.
Come on. Okay, so what's your name and why did you want to come to this rally?
Christina, and I just love everything that Trump stands for. I think we need to make America great again, honestly, at the end of the day. And love
And when did you arrive?
I got here at like 12 a.m., honestly, maybe even like a little bit before then.
That's how excited you are to be here. You wanted to make sure that you got good seats. What do you think it's going to be like inside?
Honestly, crazy, but everyone has been so kind, so it's honestly nice to have such a nice community of all these people. And I've been doing chants, and everyone always chants back, so it's been really nice.
Camaraderie, enthusiasm, the words of the day. What is your name? Tell me about you, why you're here, where you're from.
My name's Andy. I'm from Montgomery, New York, and I'm here because I'm looking for a better economy, and I want the borders closed. Trump, Trump, Trump.
So what do you think about the current state of the race? You say you're from New York. Are you noticing a difference in terms of enthusiasm? How do people feel about Kamala Harris, where you're from, versus Donald Trump?
I feel like everyone is very enthused for Trump and Kamala. I don't know. It's not good.
Not a whole lot of words to describe that. Got it. Okay, so what do you think about the state of the race, Donald Trump, and why are you here at this rally?
I mean, I'm here because I want Donald Trump to win. We have to keep the border closed, and we have to make America great again.
And what's the number one issue for you? What issue matters most?
I think for most people, myself included, would be the economy.
Got it.
Working class people have been hit the hardest by the Biden-Harris administration. And just like the republic that we have, it's our responsibility to replace those that aren't working for us. And that's what we're going to do.
So you hear it, guys. Everybody's here for Donald Trump, of course. Many hours before the rally begins. They're very...
Ooh. I mean, what do you say to these people? Look at them. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people standing outside. You heard that lady. She's been there since 12 a.m. So what is she? Come on, man. Because everybody's understanding now what it takes. Like, okay, I am going to do my own part. You know what I mean? Shout out to Kuku D. Kuku D, thank you for tuning into the live stream. This is like the first time I'm seeing your name, Kuku D. God bless you. All right. Let's listen to the Vice President of the United States, Vice President Kamala Harris. All right, let's get it.
Sounds like we need a medic. Thank you. Well, hold on, everybody. Hold on, just a piece. We need a medic over there. Do we have somebody want part the way? So we got a medic over there? Okay. All right, that's what we do. We look out for each other. You got that right. Are we good? Hold on, let's just make sure that's handled. All right, do we have a medic over there? Okay, let's handle that first. I have time. Are we getting a medic over there? We do? We're good? Okay. All right. Hey, Philly, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. And can we hear it for Coach Butler? Thank you. So, Philly, I've got a question for you. Are you ready to do this? Are we going to do this? Yes. Are we ready to vote? Are we ready to win? It's good to be back. So I want to thank all the incredible leaders who are here. I want to start with your Mayor Parker. Where are you, Mayor? A phenomenal leader. She has been an extraordinary friend. Speaker McClinton, thank you. Representatives Dean and Scallon, thank you. And let's send Bob Casey back to the United States Senate. And to all the community and elected leaders here, I thank you. I had a chance to visit with many of you this afternoon. I thank you for the leadership you provide in so many ways. And I love you back. I love you back. So to everyone here, I thank you. I thank you because you have taken time this afternoon, this Sunday afternoon, out of your busy lives for us to all be here together under one roof to make the point that we are all in this together. We are all in this together. And we are all here together because we also understand how high the stakes are at this very moment. Philly, we've got 9 days. 9 days. 9 days left in one of the most consequential elections of our lifetime. And we know this is going to be a tight race until the very end. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. But we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is joyful work. And make no mistake, we will win. We will win. We will win. We will win. And we will win because here's how I think about it. When you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. And this election is about two extremely different visions for our nation. One, Donald Trump's, who is focused on the past and himself. And we are not going back. We're 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 not going back. And here's why. Here's why. Because we are focused on the future, and we are focused on the needs of the American people, as opposed to a Donald Trump who spends full time looking in the mirror, focused on himself. Hey, you know what? Hold on a second. Listen, no, hold on. Hold on. I want to talk about Gaza for a minute. I want to talk about Gaza for a minute, okay? We can and we must seize this opportunity to end this war and bring the hostages home. And I will do everything in my power to meet that end. And we are here because we are fighting for a democracy.
See, this is the thing. Like, this is the thing everybody's been complaining about. Let's talk, let's talk, let's talk. No, nobody wants to talk anymore. You talking about season that, season this, bro. People just want action. Go on ahead and make it happen. But you know, you want to talk about it. This is why most people are supporting the former president because he doesn't really talk like that. He just wants, like, he's telling you exactly what's going to happen. And the prediction is if he wins, he's not even going to be in the White House before he settles what's going on in Ukraine. That's the word on the street. The word on the street, and he said it himself. He said, as president elect, he is going to settle the situations around the world. So, meaning, I don't have time to talk because I have business to handle at home. Man,
And we respect the voices of all people. And we've got a job to do in the next 9 days to fight for this democracy we love. 9 days. And we understand we have an opportunity before us to turn the page on the fear and the divisiveness that have characterized our politics for a decade because of Donald Trump. We have the ability to turn the page on that same old tired playbook because we are exhausted with it. And we are ready to chart a new way forward. And yes, we will be joyful in the process. Yes, we like to laugh. Yes, we know that when you care about the people and you understand what you are fighting for, there is joy in that fight. And that is why we are all in this together. We are fighting for a future of our nation where we tap into the ambitions and the aspirations and the dreams of the American people. We are a new generation of leadership that is optimistic and excited about what our nation can do together. And the great thing about living in a democracy, as long as we keep it, is that we, the people, have the power to choose the direction of our country and its leadership. The power is with the people. And from the beginning, our campaign has been about building coalitions and building community. Look, over the next 9 days, like I said, we are going to win. That is our highest order. But through that process, to all the friends here, I say, let's be intentional about building community. Let's be intentional about building coalitions. Let's be intentional about understanding we all have so much more in common than what separates us. We will be the better for it. That's what our campaign is about, because we know we are all in this together. We have so much more in common than what separates us, and we are going to fight for the country we love. And that is why we are all here together, because we love our country. We love our country. And you gotta fight for the thing you love. You gotta fight for the thing you love. And I do believe it is one of the highest forms of patriotism the expression of the love of our country, to then fight for its ideals. It is the highest form of patriotism, and one of the most powerful ways we do that is with our vote. To do the work, so here we are. From now until Election Day, we are going to get out the vote here in Pennsylvania. And if you'll give me a minute, I really right now want to speak to the young leaders who are here. Is Gen Z in the house? Who's voting for their first time in the first election? All right. Now, here's the thing I love about you young leaders. You know, you are rightly impatient for change. You are rightly impatient. You who have only known the climate crisis, you are leaders in what we need to do to protect our planet. You who grew up with active shooter drills, you know what we have to do to fight for safety in our schools. You who right now know fewer rights than your mothers and grandmothers understand the importance of fighting for the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. And this is why I love you, the young leaders who are here, because for you, this is not theoretical. This is not political. This is not about some debate. It is about your lived experience. And you are here, and I see you because I see your power. And you are here because you know your power. And I am so proud of you. And everyone, let us applaud our young leaders, our first-time voters. Let's applaud them. Let's applaud them. Let's applaud them. So, Philly, we have 9 days to get this done. And for the next 9 days, no one can sit on the sidelines. There is too much on the line, and we must not wake up the day after the election and have any regrets about what we could have done in these next 9 days. So let's spend these next 9 days knowing we did everything we could, that we connected with each other, with our neighbors, that we went up to perfect strangers in the grocery store and said, you know what? I see you. Let's approach this moment in a way that in the face of a stranger, we see a neighbor. And let's talk with each other about what we have in common. Let's build community. And let's knock on doors. Let's text and call potential voters. Let's reach out to our family and our friends and our classmates and our neighbors. Tell them about the stakes in this election and tell them about their power. So we are going to get folks to the polls, and we are going to make our voices heard. And let's give folks some important information. Election day, let's start with the basics. Okay? Election day is Tuesday, November 5th. I'm serious. Everybody's busy. Let's start with that. Let folks know you can vote then, or you can vote early from today through Tuesday, October 29th. That's 2 days from now. So now is the time to vote early. Get it done tomorrow if you can. Go to iwillvote.com if you need information about where you vote. And if you have received your ballot in the mail, do not wait. Fill it out today. Because the election is here, and the choice, Philly, is truly in your hands. The path to victory runs right through all the leaders who are here. Through all of you. And your vote is your voice, and your voice is your power. So today, Philadelphia, I ask you, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just heard from the Vice President of the United States, Vice President Kamala Harris. What do you think about her speech? What do you think about his speech? I think she did what she needed to do, which was, talk to the Gen Zs and talk to the people that she needed to talk to. It's, that's what she's supposed to do. However, if you compare this to Madison Square Garden, I don't know, man. Okay, let's listen to the greatest, in my opinion, the greatest innovator of our time. Most people would say it's Steve Jobs, but some other group would say it is Elon Musk. Okay, so let's listen to Elon Musk right now.
I'm not just MAGA. I'm dark, gothic MAGA. Well, the energy in this room is incredible. What a great group of people.
All right, I've only got one question for you, and then I'm getting out of here because this is your stage. But we set up Doge.
Yes.
How much do you think we can rip out of this wasted $6.5 trillion Harris-Biden budget?
Well, I think we can do at least $2 trillion.
Yeah!
Yes.
$2 trillion.
I mean, at the end of the day, you're being taxed. You're being taxed. All government spending is taxation. So whether it's direct taxation or all government spending, it either becomes inflation or it's direct taxation. Your money is being wasted, and the Department of Government Efficiency is going to fix that. We're going to get the government off your back and out of your pocketbook. And America's just not just going to be great. America is going to reach heights that it has never seen before. The future is going to be amazing. Now, you guys are awesome. Honestly, this is like... Yeah. I mean, this is the kind of positive energy that America is all about. Yeah. USA, 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 USA. Ah! Yes. Now, I have something I want to ask you to do, though, because obviously.
I mean, what are the odds? This is the wealthiest man, human being alive. Some people say he might be the smartest man alive, or smartest human being alive. That's what people are saying. He is going to get the astronauts from space. This man right here. You better be voting for Trump because I don't want to know. Because I know you ain't this smart. You ain't this smart. You are not this smart, bro. So if this smart man right here is voting for Trump, you better be voting for Trump. I don't want to hear nothing no more.
We're somewhat preaching to the converted in this stadium, but there's a lot of people out there who need to vote for President Trump. Okay, so this is a real battle. This is a real election battle. So you need to get friends and family to vote. Make sure they vote early. This is important. We're going to be putting up a scorecard. Okay. An early vote scorecard, state by state, county by county. What is the scorecard? Vote early. Vote now. Yeah. Make the margin of victory so big that you know what can happen. Massive, overwhelming sweep of every swing state, and even some of the states that people don't think are swing states. Massive, crushing victory. Get everyone, friends, family, people on the street. Put the signs up, put the hat on. Let's go.
Woo! You got Vivek. You got Tulsi. You got Tucker Carlson. You got RFK. You got Elon Musk. Man, this is Justice League right here. Justice League. There's no way. I don't really see them losing, really. I don't see them losing. I mean, anything is possible, but I don't see them losing this at all. I don't see them losing this at all. Anything is possible, like I said, but I don't see them losing, bro. All right, let's listen to what's his name? JD Vance, who I think is going to be a big star in the Republican Party for 2028 and 2032. Yeah, he was on CNN and he had an interview. So let's listen to what he has to say.
Senator Vance, good to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So let me ask you, obviously, Trump's former chief of staff, General John Kelly, was alarmed, he says, by what he heard when Trump said he wanted to use the National Guard or the Pentagon to go after the enemy within, Americans with whom he disagrees, including the Pelosi's, Adam Schiff. And then he gave an interview. He said that Trump, quote, certainly falls into the general definition of fascist, that he is, quote, certainly an authoritarian, admires people who are dictators. You've called him a disgruntled former employee. But why shouldn't Americans out there listen to somebody who worked closely with Trump, worked with him longer than you've worked with him, retired 4-star Marine general, served his country honorably, who is conservative, who says he agrees with Trump on most policies, but is worried about this aspect of Trump?
So let me say two things in response. So first of all, a lot of what John Kelly, pretty much all of what John Kelly accuses Donald Trump of saying, there were other people in the room, Mike Pence's former chief of staff, for example, who've explicitly said Donald Trump never said those things, right? So one, on
Mike
the specific
Pence, the guy who's not going to support Trump because...
Mike Pence's former chief of staff said that Donald Trump didn't say those things, right? So that's number one. Number two, I actually think there's an interesting conversation here to have, Jake, which is why does John Kelly not support Donald Trump? It's about policy. It's actually not about personality.
He says he agrees with Trump on most policy.
No.
He agrees with Trump on most policy. He disagrees with Trump on how Trump views his role and his and the fascism and the authoritarianism.
I don't buy that, Jake. I don't buy that, because if you actually look at John Kelly, at folks like Liz Cheney, the fundamental disagreement they have with Donald Trump is, even though they say that they're conservative in the sense that they want America to get involved in a ton of ridiculous military conflicts. They want America to police the world, and Donald Trump wasn't.
John Kelly lost a son in Afghanistan. Why are you saying that he, like, I've never heard John Kelly say whether he supports of Iraq or Afghanistan.
And I honor his son's sacrifice, and I honor his family's sacrifice. That doesn't mean he's not wrong about policy.
What specifically are you talking about? What has he said?
Is your argument that a person who lost a son in Afghanistan can't be wrong about public policy?
I'm asking
then
you.
Why bring that up? Let's talk about public policy, because I've never criticized his service or his son's service.
I brought it up because you're acting as if he is pro-war, and I've never heard him say whether or not he supported the war in Afghanistan or the war in Iraq. He was a general carrying out orders.
Because I know John Kelly's worldview, and I know the people who have attacked Donald Trump the most vociferously on foreign policy. They'll say, well, he's a dictator, when what they really mean is they won't listen. Donald Trump wouldn't listen to the leadership of the military when they wanted him to start ridiculous conflicts. That is a consistent theme. And I think that there's a big thing going on in American politics. It's a very interesting theme in American foreign policy, where a lot of former members of the Pentagon bureaucracy, a lot of old neoconservatives, they have a fundamental difference with Donald Trump on the question of peace and war. I believe Donald Trump is the candidate of peace. I think the record supports that. But the reason these guys go after him so vociferously, I don't think that it's about his personality, Jake. I think that it's about they don't like that Donald Trump said no when a lot of them wanted to start a ridiculous war.
Well, you're ascribing worldviews, I think, based on gut. I can't really tell where you're coming from on it. There's no evidence.
Based on people that I've talked to in the Trump administration,
John Bolton,
what John Kelly wanted to do, John Bolton, Liz Cheney, these people have a consistent
John Kelly was at the Department of Homeland Security, and then he was chief of staff. He was not weighing in. I don't even know what you're talking about. But let me ask you something about John Kelly specifically, because you said the other day, quote, I guarantee John Kelly talked to somebody on Kamala Harris's campaign beforehand, before he did this interview. Now, I've spoken with people in John Kelly's circle, and I've spoken with people in the Kamala Harris campaign. They say there's been no communication the entire time. So where did that come from?
Oh, I'm highly skeptical of that, Jake. You know the way that these attacks work. You know the way that these people are often vetted by a campaign.
So you made it up.
Before something goes out there. No, I said that the American media and the American Democratic Party apparatus works a certain way. If it comes out that John Kelly never even spoke with a person in the Kamala Harris orbit, then I'm happy. You're telling me that based on secondhand conversations with John Kelly. And it's interesting. We've now spent, Jake, 3 minutes talking about John Kelly. If it is true that he never spoke with anyone in Kamala Harris's orbit, I'm happy to apologize to John Kelly for misstating how he delivered this news to the Atlantic magazine. But let's talk about who did he deliver this news to? To Jeffrey Goldberg, a guy who lied the United States into the Iraq War, which led to the deaths of millions of innocent Arabs and thousands of innocent Americans. You don't go to that guy if you don't have a particular ideological motive. I think that's what's going on. If I'm wrong, I'm happy to say that I'm wrong.
I think it's interesting that you think that a magazine writer lied the American people into war.
Well, he encouraged it. He wrote stories that were dishonest.
He wrote a story about the gassing of the Kurds in I forget if it was the Atlantic or the New Yorker, but I'm actually referring to John Kelly talking to the New York Times.
He wrote stories, by the way, where he took what intelligence officials in the American Pentagon bureaucracy said and wrote it as the gospel truth. And this highlights the entire point that I'm making about Trump's foreign policy, is this is a guy who wants to use American troops sparingly. He wants peace through strength. It's why his foreign policy was so successful during his first term. It's all the same people who were wrong about Iraq. They were wrong about the quagmire in Afghanistan. They were wrong about Syria. They were wrong about everything. And now they're coming after Donald Trump because he actually has a realistic and cautious foreign policy.
I'm talking about people who worked for Donald Trump in his first administration. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about not just John Kelly, but Mark Milley, who was the Trump-appointed chairman of the Joint Chiefs of
Who
Staff,
disobeyed Trump's direct orders on troop redeployments in Syria.
and I'm talking about the guy that had your job.
A massive violation of his constitutional oath, by the way.
I'm talking about the guy that had your job before Donald Trump's supportive crowd wanted to hang him, Vice President Mike Pence, who said, as you know, that Trump put himself before the Constitution. I'm talking about General Mattis, also Secretary of Defense in Trump's administration. I'm talking about Mark Esper, the Secretary of Defense, who told me that Trump does have fascistic tendencies. John Bolton, H.R. McMaster, Alyssa Farah-Griffin.
Okay, Jake,
These are
are you
Trump
going to
administration
listen to every Trump administration official? You know, one reason why Kamala Harris doesn't have as many people criticizing her is because she doesn't fire people who fail. That's why we haven't had a real audit of the disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal, is because Kamala Harris protects failures in government. Donald Trump fires them. And I'd much rather have the president who fires people who screw up. Now, Jake, no, this is an important point. Kamala Harris.
He did not fire Mike Pence.
Kamala Harris.
He did not fire
the president.
Mark Milley.
Kamala Harris.
He did not fire John.
He fired a lot of those people, Jake, and he did because they weren't doing their job. But this is the thing, Jake. We've now spent 5 minutes talking about people in Donald Trump's staff
who think he's not fit for office.
He fired.
Who think he's not fit for office.
Oh, they didn't think he was unfit for office until they had a falling out with him because he fired them. And we're not talking about the public policy.
Well,
we're actually talk about how Americans can't afford groceries.
We're actually
Can we talk about the fact that Americans can't afford the cost of housing? Can we talk about the fact that a lot of people out there in Erie, Pennsylvania, they're the ones who suffer and die when people like Mark Esper and Mark Milley don't obey the commander-in-chief's orders.
We're talking about Donald Trump and what he says.
Yes.
And Donald Trump says...
And you'd much rather talk about...
Well, the truth is, JD's absolutely right in this right here, because it's saying, how does this affect the American people? The American people are concerned about grocery prices, the gas prices, the bills, the policies that would affect them in their homes. And Jake is doing his job as a journalist, which is trying to dig deeper. I get it. However, the normal regular guy just walking the street, walking in, fast food chain or the mall or, in the warehouse, we don't care about this right here. We care about what is going to get the prices down. Nobody really cares about all of that stuff that you're talking about. Because we're just regular people. We just want the electricity bill down. Can you do that first before you start driving us to another spot? We really don't care about, all of that.
What Donald Trump allegedly said than what Donald Trump did in office.
I'm talking about
what he did in office, Jake.
What he said publicly.
1.5% inflation.
The military to go after the enemy within, which is the American people.
He did not say that, Jake.
The enemy within.
He said that he was going to send the military after the American people. Show me the quote where he said
he was going to. He said the enemy within.
He said far left lunatics. He's talking about people rioting
and Schiff.
He's talking about people rioting after the election. I think
the Pelosi's were rioting after the election.
He said
Adam Schiff was rioting after the election.
You're using two separate phrases.
And this is another reason why. This is just facts, okay? This is my opinion. You don't have to believe it. This is another reason why Donald Trump has gained a very massive support that he didn't even have before, because of basically people that ask questions like this. When you start trying to say things about him that he actually didn't say. Remember in 2016 what Hillary said, that there was going to be chaos when Trump gets into the White House. Well, guess what we had? We had the Abrams Accord. We didn't even, everybody was now like, oh, shoot. Everybody's at peace. There was peace, bro. We were taking trips. People were stacking money in their savings account. Tell me you weren't saving money in your account. Tell me you didn't have money stacked up in your savings account from 2016 to 2020. Tell me you did not start a business. Tell me you did not have emergency funds stacked somewhere from 2016 to 2020. Like, just tell me that's a lie, bro. Because everybody that I've spoken with, they were like, man, I was just getting ahead. I was just starting my savings account. I just had my little $1,000 I just saved up. Oh, dang God. Now, honey, everything is just so expensive. You have to spend your savings and then go into your credit cards and look at the question you're asking.
Said about using the military, that far left lunatics, people who riot in the wake of an election, people who burn down American cities in the summer of 2020, yes, we should have a federal law enforcement
This is what
response.
he said to Joe Rogan on Friday. The enemy within that he wants the military to go after.
No, this is
the
the
enemy
thing.
within a
You
bigger
impute-
problem than
you
Kim
impute
Jong-un.
the second part.
We have people that are really bad people that I really think want to make this country unsuccessful. That's who the enemy within.
And did he say that he wants to use the military against those people?
He said he wants
Here's the
to use
game.
the military to go after the enemy within.
Here's the game that you're playing. He said
I'm
that
not playing a
no,
game.
Can I answer the question, please? He said that he wanted to use the military to go after far left lunatics who are rioting, and he also called them the enemy within. He separately, in a totally different context, in a totally different conversation, said that Nancy Pelosi and Adam Schiff were threats to this country.
Were the enemy within.
Never
the
said-
enemy within. He said they were the enemy
So
within.
every time he uses the exact same phrase, we assume that he uses.
I don't know. I don't throw around the term of enemy within to talk about using the
Well,
military
you're
against
a
American
journalist,
people.
and you're asking his vice president, but you won't let me answer the question. I'm telling you that Donald Trump has said, and I agree with him, that we should use the U.S. military to go after
Americans.
people who riot, who burn down our cities.
And this was
We
what
should
John
call
Kelly
in the
was.
National Guard.
This was what John Kelly was alarmed by: the idea of using the U.S. military to go after Americans. That's what he said.
Donald Trump never said Americans writ large. You keep on putting words in his mouth and
Are they or are they not Americans?
Far left people who commit acts of violence, who riot. And
Now
I
you're
don't
doing
care.
a very narrow definition of
I
what he
don't-
said, which is
I
not what
don't
he said.
care.
That's not what he said. But let me
He
ask you.
did.
Let me ask you the bigger
He did
point.
say that, Jake. He did. He said that he wanted to use the U.S. military. Let me
To
clarify.
go after far left lunatics, yes. And then he also added
people who were rioting
he has-
and looting.
And
he
added,
never said.
he added
he
Schiff,
never said.
and then he added the Pelosi's.
He never. He
and then he
said
added people that don't want the
that
country
Adam
to succeed.
Schiff, he said that Adam Schiff and Nancy Pelosi he used in a separate context in a separate conversation. And what you're doing is you're smashing two
Fox
totally
asked him
different
about
conversations.
Fox asked him about this last week, and he didn't take issue with it. He said the enemy within is the biggest
But
threat
did
to
he
this
say
country.
the enemy within that he's going to use the military against Nancy Pelosi? Donald Trump offered Nancy Pelosi.
Bro. This is absolutely why Trump is most likely going to be the 47th. This is why. If he becomes the 47th, these are the people you have to blame. To Democrats in the chat, if this man becomes the 47th, these are the types of people you need to go complain to, because you are supposed to be a journalist, right? You're supposed to be a journalist. You're supposed to ask questions. You're not supposed to be arguing with the person you are interviewing. Like, what are you doing right here? You're basically letting us know that you are a tool. You are arguing with a vice presidential candidate. You're supposed to ask questions, wait for him to answer before you speak. Not no. Like, you guys are fighting basically. They're basically fighting in front of us, bro. They're arguing in front of us, bro. Like, how do you even want us to, like, this is why Trump is gonna almost win. Somebody say he's doing his job. This is not how you do your job. If you watch Joe Rogan, that's how you do your job. And that's why people like Joe Rogan are getting more ratings now. This is why you see people like Joe Rogan getting so many views. Why? Because they ask questions and let the people they're asking the question answer. And this is why people like this are not getting the ratings they used to get, because people are now like awake. Like, What are you doing? Even if I didn't want to vote for Trump, just the way you're asking these questions, I'm gonna vote for Trump just because. Man.
Closely the National Guard on January the 6th, and according to private
Oh,
emails,
boy.
she rejected it.
So let's talk about things that he wants to do that are feeding into this concern that people like John Kelly and General Mattis and General Milley have. He said on Friday, Special Counsel Jack Smith should get thrown out of the country. He's threatened to arrest election officials who cheated. We know that he believes a lot of people cheated that did not cheat.
Yes, if you violate the law, you should be arrested. Yes.
No one disagrees with that, but he's talking
Apparently
about...
you do, based on the way you're asking the question.
No, based on the fact that he's accused people that didn't break the law of breaking the law when it comes to the election. And if you want to revisit that, I'm happy to. But Liz Cheney, he said, should be put before a war tribunal. None of that sounds fascist to you at all?
No, of course it doesn't. Of
Putting
course
Liz
it
Cheney
doesn't.
before a military tribunal?
First of all, I don't buy into the premise of what you're saying, Jake, because
These are
I
things
just
he said.
on things that
These
I
are
know
things
that
he
he said, on things that I know that he said, you're imputing things, you're taking words out of context, you're taking two separate conversations and pretending that they were made at the exact same time. So I'm rejecting the premise of your question. I frankly don't believe what you're saying about Donald Trump's words. If you'd like to put up a clip and actually put him in context, I think the American people would realize that Donald Trump is a hell of a lot more reasonable than the people like Liz Cheney who would like to lie us into war. Now, Jake, we also have to remember, step back a little bit. Well, ask yourself a basic question about network integrity. You guys talked about the Russia hoax nonstop.
The FBI was investigating it. The FBI was investigating it, so we covered them.
And so you took the words of unnamed FBI agents and put them on your network as if they were the gospel truth. You did it again and again. A viewer of your network would have believed that Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin conspired in 2016. No. That was totally and preposterously false.
No.
Well, that's
what you just said is
why.
false. We covered an FBI investigation. I don't know why you want to talk about the FBI investigation.
You covered it in a way that gave credence to anonymous sources' accusations. You did it yourself. Your network did it, Jake. But again, can we talk about the issues that Americans care most about?
I'm talking about things that Donald Trump has said.
Yes.
If you have an issue
Kamala
with whether or
Harris-
not he's talking about the economy enough, that's between you and your running mate. I'm talking about things he has said this week.
Every single rally that he does, he talks about how he wants to unleash American energy so we can lower the cost of groceries. He talks about the fact that housing has become unaffordable. He talks about the wide open border, Jake. Kamala Harris and her allies, it's interesting. Kamala Harris and her media allies, and I would put CNN in this category. You guys seem to care.
I'll tell you that. They wouldn't.
Well, they should watch your network more because you guys seem to care more about Donald Trump's past than the future of the American people. We're running this campaign on making a...
Man, JD Vance, bro, I'm telling you, this man is the future of the Republican Party. JD Vance, for sure, has a bright future for 2028 and 2032. He is articulate, cool, calm, collected. You cannot really dazzle this man, bro. You can never dazzle this man, bro. Yeah, JD, let's go, bro.
The American dream.
I'm specifically asking about how Donald Trump is going to be president in the future should he win. And then we're being told
he's going to pursue economic policies that lower the cost of groceries and make life more affordable again. He talks about it every single day on the campaign trail, and so do I. What you're talking about is an anonymously sourced story, or one guy
Nothing anonymously sourced.
or who
Zero
one guy who is a disgruntled employee.
I told
where
you 10
people pushed back against him and said that what he said was dishonest. So why don't we talk about the policy that's affecting American citizens and not what Donald Trump allegedly said, according to one guy who's pissed off because he got fired by Donald Trump?
I didn't bring up any of the things that he said. He said, I didn't bring up.
You brought up John Kelly, and that I just described.
I brought up
perfectly.
John Kelly's view of Donald Trump. I didn't bring up John Kelly talking about what Donald Trump said about Hitler's generals. I didn't bring that up. I talked about John Kelly's view of Trump based on something Trump has been saying in the last week. So that's what I asked about.
So John Kelly makes accusations that are rejected by 5 people.
Again, you're talking about something I didn't bring up.
I think that maybe implicates his overall judgment. And I think the fact that he has a worldview that's so oppositional to peace and prosperity suggests that he's not an honest arbiter here. This is not a guy, John Kelly, going to brag to Jeffrey Goldberg, who is interested in the American truth or is interested in telling an honest account of Donald Trump. He's a guy with an axe to grind because Donald Trump fired him and disagreed with him on policy.
So all those 10 people, including the former vice president, Mike Pence, all of these people have this horribly damaged worldview, and they're all just going after Donald Trump because they want to send people into war? That's really your argument?
Absolutely.
It's not like these are conservative.
Absolutely, that's my
These
argument.
are not conservative
Jake,
Republicans. These aren't conservative Republicans who are concerned about Donald Trump. They're not. That's not right.
All of these people, Jake, they came into office thinking that they could control Donald Trump. That when he said he wanted peace in the world,
Mike Pence thought he could control Donald Trump.
Yes, he did. And when he found out that when he found out that he couldn't, they all turned on Donald Trump, and a lot of them got fired. And we're running, and we're trying to staff the government with people who are going to govern according to principles of peace and prosperity.
Let me ask you.
They're pissed off about it.
Let me ask you, because we're being told that we're over.
Yeah. One more question, because we have to go to this rally.
You are running to be vice president of the United States. Of course. And there is a 50-50 chance, maybe better, I don't know, that you're going to succeed. Are you running to be vice president of the United States, or are you running to be vice president of the red states? Because if you win, and there's a decent chance you will, you're going to be vice president of childless cat ladies. You're going to be vice president of legal Haitian migrants in Springfield, Ohio. You're going to be their vice president, too. Are you running to do that?
Jake, of course I'm running to be the vice president of all Americans. I'm running because I want people to be able to afford a good life in this country. You know how I grew up. You know that I grew up in a family where things were often tough. I want, whether you're in a blue state or a red state, whether you're going to vote for Trump or you're going to vote for Harris, I want you to be able to have a good life in this country. But what's not going to happen with the broken leadership in Washington, D.C. Let me give you a statistic, Jake, because here is what the leadership of people like Kamala Harris and Nancy Pelosi and, yes, Mike Pence over 30 years in this country has led to. A person with a bachelor's degree lives 7 years longer than a person without a bachelor's degree. There are a lot of people who have gotten rich and powerful off of American decline. Some of them have had R's next to their name. Some of them have had D's next to their name. And the first person who I believe is really putting the interests of the American people first is Donald J. Trump. So, yes, we're going to be the president and the vice president for all people. The only way to do that is to reject the failed consensus.
All right.
Thanks, Jake.
Thank you so much, Senator. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Have a good time out there.
Yeah.
Whew. Thank God. I mean, that was a 17, essentially 18-minute interview, and he never asked anything about the economy, about the border, about foreign policies. Everything was about, I guess, he mentioned a name, John Kelly. And the only time he asked a question was the last question. Are you going to be a vice president for Americans? This is why Trump is getting so much support. You are not asking questions that people care about. You're just going for a gotcha moment. Your gotcha moment ain't going to work for us because we don't care about your gotcha moment. Okay, so we're going to listen to the former First Lady, Michelle Obama. She speaks at Cyrus Wall's campaign event in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Let's get it.
So we want to get this show on the road, especially for our folks standing here in the mosh pit. Hang on there. We love you. Well, let me just start by saying hello, Kalamazoo. or should I say Kamala Zoo. Who is ready to elect the next president of the United States? Kamala Harris. Yes. But let me start, of course, by thanking Hallie for everything she's done to get out the vote here in Michigan. But most of all, I want to thank all of you because, 100 years old, no. Oh my goodness. You look amazing. I bow down. Doesn't it feel good to be together? I mean, it feels so good. I haven't done this in such a long time. It feels good to see how strong, how hopeful, how energized, how organized we all are. And we need that. We need all of you because right now, as you know, this race is close. It's too close for my liking. And I came out here to Michigan because I am someone who takes her own advice to heart. I know that if we want to help this country finally turn the page on the politics of hatred and division, we can't just sit around and complain. No, we've got to do something. If we want to usher in the next generation of American leadership, we have got to do something. If we want to elect someone with a character that is worthy of the Oval Office, someone with the strength of heart to guide our country to a better day, we have got to what? And that someone, of course, is my dear friend Kamala Harris. And Michigan, I am so hopeful about the energy and poise and joy that Kamala has injected into this race. And if you know Kamala like I do, that's no surprise. I mean, think about it. No one could have predicted the way everything would have unfolded this summer. And yet, in a critical moment when our country needed her, Kamala couldn't have been more prepared to meet that moment. And she's met it every single day since. Yes. Oh, she's filling arenas in a way we haven't seen for years. She's building a remarkable campaign in record time, dominating her opponent so thoroughly in the debate, he was too scared to face her again. Kamala, she's putting herself out there fearlessly, facing down even her harshest critics. She's seeking out Republicans to find common ground. And unlike her opponent, she's not ducking interviews or cowering in safe spaces only with fawning audiences. No, she's showing us what a sane, stable leader looks like. She's not losing her train of thought or stumbling over her words. And she's doing it all with vigor and with grace. That's because Kamala Harris is a grown-up. And Lord knows we need a grown-up in the White House. Someone with the maturity and fresh ideas to keep moving our country forward. Kamala is the only candidate in this race who has outlined a clear set of policies, including focusing on lowering costs and reducing drug prices for all Americans, giving tax credits to first-time homebuyers, folks starting small businesses, and working families raising our kids. Let me tell you, it is a remarkable plan. And these remarkable last few months mirror the way Kamala has handled herself her entire life, fighting for working people and the vulnerable, first as a prosecutor, then as an attorney general, then as a U.S. senator, and now as our vice president of the United States. Taking on the big banks, the transnational gangs and predatory for-profit colleges, and always doing it, holding her head high with warmth and dignity and class. So Michigan, do not buy into the lie that we do not know who Kamala is or what she stands for. This is someone who understands you, all of you, someone from a middle-class family raised mostly by her mom, like so many of us, leaning on her neighbors like we all do. That's what you want in a president, someone who gets you and will have your back. Take it from me. And I know good people. Kamala Harris is an extraordinary human being. She is an extraordinary candidate, and she will be an extraordinary president of the United States of America. Mark my words, because I don't lie. So Michigan, with all that being said, I got to ask myself, well, why on earth is this race even close? I lay awake at night wondering what in the world is going on. And it's clear to me that the question isn't whether Kamala is ready for this moment, because by every measure, she has demonstrated that she's ready. The real question is, as a country, are we ready for this moment? Are we willing to do what it takes to get her across the finish line, or are we going to let ourselves get distracted and fall for the scam? Are we going to lose sight of the dire consequences if we come up short? And right now, folks, I have to be honest, I'm not completely sure of the answers to those questions. Y'all give me great comfort in this arena. But this is a big country, and that's why all of my hope about Kamala is also accompanied by some genuine fear. Fear for our country, fear for our children, fear for what is coming our way if we forget the stakes in this election. And y'all, that's why I'm here today. And y'all know I hate politics. But I hate to see folks taken advantage of even more. So I wanted to do everything in my power to remind the country that I love, that there's too much we stand to lose if we get this one wrong. I'm deeply concerned, and I'm talking to everybody out there, that too many of us are still confused and buying into the lies and distortions from people who do not have our best interest at heart. So I want to address some of these concerns head on. Because when you lay out the options, this choice isn't even close. But whether it's online or in the media or in our social circles, there are folks who say they're not sure about Kamala. They accuse her of not providing enough policy detail. Some wonder, do we really know her? Is she too aggressive? Is she not aggressive enough? There are folks sowing seeds of doubt about whether she's who she appears to be. Now, don't get me wrong. Voters have every right to ask hard questions of any candidate seeking office. But can someone tell me why we are once again holding Kamala to a higher standard than her opponent? We expect her to be intelligent and articulate, to have a clear set of policies, to never show too much anger, to prove time and time again that she belongs. But for Trump, we expect nothing at all. no understanding of policy, no ability to put together a coherent argument, no honesty, no decency, no morals. Instead, too many people are willing to write off his childish, mean-spirited antics by saying, well, Trump's just being Trump, rather than question his horrible behavior. Some folks think he's funny. And if you remember, that's exactly how he got elected the first time. Folks gave him a pass and rolled the dice, betting that he couldn't possibly be that bad. And then there were those folks who didn't think it really mattered who the president was, if you can believe that. And still others who thought it'd be a good idea just to blow up our entire democracy. Let us not forget how badly that worked out for all of us. Let us not forget the incompetence and the corruption, the chaos that was the cornerstone of his entire 4 years in office. Let's start with the pandemic. Remember how woefully unprepared he was, how he was sowing seeds of fear and confusion, endangering lives with his lies and ignorance, denigrating the doctors and scientists trying to help us. You want to talk about plans? Well, my husband left him a very detailed pandemic plan. And you know what he did? He ignored it. He had no clue how to get us out of that crisis. No ability to bring back the millions of jobs we lost so suddenly. No idea how to get our students back into school safely. No attempt to help stem the epidemic of loneliness and isolation that too many of our young people are still dealing with. And his failures had real costs. America lost 7 million more jobs during the COVID downturn than the European Union. Among wealthy nations, the United States had one of the highest COVID death rates. Again, all of this occurred with Trump in charge. And sadly, this was just the tragic exclamation point on his disastrous presidency. Installing judges and justices who have now stripped away our reproductive freedoms, cracking down on protesters marching to protect their sons from being shot because of the color of their skin, rolling back protections for LGBTQ Americans, fanning conspiracy theories, unleashing hatred in our communities. And then, when the American people fired him from a job that was too big for him to begin with, he tried to steal it, egging on a violent mob that breached our nation's capital. And when told that his own vice president was in danger, you know what he said? So what? So what, y'all? He said, so what? And after all of that, and there is more, there are still folks wringing their hands, crossing their arms, tuning out, saying they plan to sit this election out to prove a point. Well, let me tell you who isn't tuning out. Many of the folks who served closest to Trump and saw the danger firsthand. His former vice president, almost half of his former cabinet members, the growing list of four-star generals and Republican governors and senators and former House members, all of whom are not publicly supporting his candidacy the second time around. Y'all hear what I said? They are saying no, thank you. Many are speaking out. His chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, for example, said, and these are his words, that Trump is fascist to the core. His Joint Chief of Staff. These folks know that nothing this man says or does is funny in any way. So I hope you'll forgive me if I'm a little frustrated that some of us are choosing to ignore Donald Trump's gross incompetence while asking Kamala to dazzle us at every turn. I hope that you'll forgive me if I'm a little angry that we are indifferent to his erratic behavior, his obvious mental decline, his history as a convicted felon, a known slumlord, a predator found liable for sexual abuse, all of this while we pick apart Kamala's answers from interviews that he doesn't even have the courage to do, y'all. So, I am praying that those of us contemplating voting for Trump or not voting at all will snap out of whatever fog we are in. I am praying that we consider the decades of sacrifice and struggle by all of our ancestors, the folks who marched and sacrificed and shed their blood for us. We have to ask ourselves, is a vote for Trump or no vote at all the way we honor their lives? And if that's the case, well, that surely doesn't sound like freedom to me. Because let me tell you, in any other profession or arena, Trump's criminal track record and amoral character would be embarrassing, shameful, and disqualifying. So, I hope that you will forgive me if I am worried that we will blow this opportunity to finally turn the page on the ugliness once and for all. Because believe me, if Donald Trump is president again, at some point or another, that ugliness will touch all of our lives. And it will not matter what you look like, how you worship, who you love, or how you vote. If you don't make 6 or 8 or 12 figures, if you're not famous, if you criticize or disagree with him in any way, if he doesn't view you as his equal or relevant to his ambitions, I promise you, he will not think about you when he gets into the Oval Office. And that will have real consequences for all of us. If your town gets hit by a natural disaster, who do you want looking out for you? Is it Donald Trump, who's spreading so many lies and conspiracy theories about climate change and FEMA that the workers in North Carolina trying to help folks clean up after the last hurricane were fearing for their safety? Or is it Kamala Harris, who has been meeting with local officials, comforting the families in that state and doing everything she can to get folks the help they need? If you're saving up to buy a house or pay off student loans, if you're caring for your kids or your parents or both, if you are a farmer, a factory worker, a paralegal, anyone whose job may be changed or replaced by technology, who will actually be thinking about you? Is it Donald Trump, who's palling around with billionaires that want a puppet in the White House who will let him run unchecked? Or is it Kamala Harris, who has been fighting for working people her entire life? If you're one of our service members, our veterans, or military families, who is going to value your service and sacrifice? Is it Donald Trump, who has called those who gave their lives for our country suckers and losers? Or is it Kamala Harris, who I guarantee you will honor your commitment to the ideals we all share with every fiber in her being? And if you are a mother who has lost sleep worrying if your son could be the victim of a nightmare traffic stop gone bad, if you've ever been out there marching and weeping for justice, who do you think is going to have your back? Is it Donald?
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. God bless you. Double tap your screen. Let's get the likes up and subscribe to the channel. So we have been listening to the former First Lady for 20 minutes, and she hasn't said anything about some of Kamala's policies. However, she has been saying, why are you voting for this other guy? Why are we holding Kamala to a higher standard than the former President Trump, but nothing based on policy. Okay, so I would say all of this that she's talking about is the reason why people are supporting the former president. This is just why. Because this is the same strategy they used in 2015, 2016. And I would think like they would have learned from, but one thing is different though, 2020. That's the difference here. So 2020 happened, and then of course they're gonna use 2020 to, to sort of kind of like remind people like, okay, remember 2020. Okay, so you better remember. So, however, people are saying that we had lower grocery prices, we had lower gas prices, we just had a better economy. So it's like, what are you trying to say? Because it's like it's called, I call it like vote shaming, because most people will say, well, you're brown skin, why would you be voting for Trump? This is not identity politics. This is not identity politics, and this is not race politics. Okay, this is not a man versus a woman. This is just performance. Okay, this is just based on performance. What is your performance like? Let's compare and contrast and then choose the best candidate. That's all it's about. It's not about all of this other thing. It's just performance based, okay?
Trump, who once took out a full-page ad to demonize innocent young black teenagers in New York City, who has dreamed openly about his own version of a purge, where in his words, he has said for one day, one real rough, nasty day, he says, he will allow cops to use violence indiscriminately, who I am sure has never spent a single second thinking about the lives on the other end of those batons. Or is it Kamala Harris, who understands the anguish in these interactions and has the experience that shows us that, yes, it is possible to keep our community safe and keep innocent people out of harm's way? And finally, y'all, who could possibly think that this man would care more about our men and boys more than Kamala Harris? And while we're at it, I want to think about who do you think possibly would care more about our reproductive health? And I just want to take a moment with this particular question, because there is so much that gets lost in the conversation about women's reproductive rights. And I want the men in the arena to bear with me on this, because there's more at stake than just protecting a woman's choice to give birth. And sadly, we as women and girls have not been socialized to talk openly about our reproductive health. We've been taught instead to feel shame and to hide how our bodies work. Some young girls enter puberty not knowing what to expect. Too many of us suffer with severe cramps and nausea for days on end every single month. And then on the other end of the reproductive timeline, too many women my age have no idea what's going on with our bodies as we battle through menopause and debilitating hot flashes and depression. See, fellas, most of us women, we suck up our pain and we deal with it alone. We don't share our experiences with anyone. Not with our partners, or our friends, or even our doctors. Look, a woman's body is complicated business, y'all. Yes, it brings life, and that's a beautiful thing.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. God bless you. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Did I just hear we women we we isolate our pains? That's what I do all day. That's what men do every single day, bro. What are you talking about? We women, we we don't talk about our stuff. We hide it. That's what a man does because he doesn't want to share his pain with his girls. I got two girls that I'm responsible for. I could never come home and show that I am tired because what is my wife supposed to think? That we don't have it together in the household? What are you saying? This is my life every day. Man, this is why I'm voting for Trump. Cause this right here ain't finna, bro. This is, bro. I'm mad right now, bro. Because why would you even say something like that when you know that's what a man does? You take private jet, man. Sit down, bro. I respect you, but you gonna have to sit down based on that.
But even when we are not bearing children, there is so much that can go wrong at any moment. Every woman here knows what I'm talking about. An unexpected lump, an abnormal pap smear or mammogram, an infection, a blockage, all of which could be early signs of a variety of life-threatening cancers. And in those terrifying moments when something goes wrong, y'all, which will happen at some point to the vast majority of women in this country, let me tell you, it feels like the floor falls out from under us. In those moments, all we have to rely on is our medical system. In those dark moments, all we have to rely on is our faith in a higher power and the experience of doctors to get us the care we need in a timely manner. And look, I don't expect any man to fully grasp how vulnerable this makes us feel, to understand the complexities of our reproductive health experiences. In all honesty, most of us as women don't fully understand the breadth and depth of our own reproductive lives, you know? And that's because our experiences are often neglected by science. There's a huge disparity in research funding for women's health. And if you happen to look like me and report pain, you're more likely to be ignored, even by your own doctors, studies show. So let me take a minute to help folks, especially the men in our lives, to get a better sense of what could happen if we keep dismantling parts of our reproductive care system piece by piece, as Trump intends to do. I want folks to understand the chilling effect, not just on critical abortion care, but on the entirety of women's health. All of it. There are good reasons why so many women and physicians are horrified by what's happened since Donald Trump's justices overturned Roe v. Wade. We're seeing women scrambling across state lines to get the care they need. Just this week, a major medical journal reported that after Roe was overturned, infant mortality in this country rose, in large part because women are being forced to carry fetuses that won't survive to term. One woman spent 22 days in jail on murder charges after she miscarried in her own bathroom. We are seeing doctors unsure if they can treat ectopic pregnancies. Doctors being told they can't treat a woman until she becomes so close to death that only a life of the mother exception will allow them to act. So just imagine the profound effects for all of us if Donald Trump wins this election. In states that are already putting abortion bans into effect, his FDA could further outlaw patchwork systems of telehealth appointments and mail-order pills. thereby eliminating the last remaining protections for women in those states. He could take actions that effectively ban abortion nationwide, which would put all of us in danger, no matter what state we live in. We will see more doctors hesitating or shying away from providing life-saving treatments because they are worried about being arrested. More medical students reconsidering even pursuing women's health at all. More OB/GYN clinics without enough doctors to meet demand closing their doors, leaving untold numbers of women in communities throughout this country without a place to go for basic gynecological care, which in turn will leave millions of us at risk of undiagnosed medical issues like cervical and uterine cancers. This is real. So do you think Donald Trump is thinking about the consequences for the millions of women who will be living in medical deserts? Does anyone think he has the emotional maturity and foresight to come up with a plan to protect us? Y'all, we are teetering on the edge. Even before these state bans, America was already lagging behind every other wealthy nation on measures like maternal mortality and paid leave. So we
All right. God bless you guys for tuning in. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Because most people like saying, go on Google stuff. Google it. Well, if you go on Google, women, this is just based on Google, right? So you guys don't hold me responsible for this. Women, based on Google, women live longer than men. Why do you think women live longer than men? Why do you think women live longer than men based on Google overview right here? Why? If it's not that we bottle all the pain, if it's not that we try to hide all the emotions, we try, a man must not cry, a man must not show his pain, a man must not, that's what we do all day, every day. So women are going to live longer, obviously, because when you drown your pain, when you drown all of that, you are stressed out. There's nobody to share it with. You're not supposed to share your pain as a man because you are the leader of your household. Of course, you can share some things, but there are some core things that you know if you share it, it's like, do we have this together or not? Man, and this is nothing against women because I have two beautiful girls that I'm responsible for, and same thing, they are responsible for me too. However, it is different. It is different. Women have their struggles, men have their struggles. But I don't just like it when women are trying to be men and men are trying to be women. It's like, just be you and I'll be me. Don't try to take my responsibilities. I'm not trying to take your responsibilities. Okay, let's know where we are at. That's how we function as a society. Okay. And this is just my opinion. Okay. You could just agree with me. It is what it is, but this is my opinion. Let's get it.
could be right back to the days before Roe, which many young people here don't even remember. The days when abortion wasn't as safe as it is today. The days when the number of mothers of color dying in childbirth was 30 to 40% higher than when it was under Roe. So to the men who love us, let me just try to paint a picture of what it will feel like if America, the wealthiest nation on earth, keeps revoking basic care from its women, and how it will affect every single woman in your life. Your girlfriend could be the one in legal jeopardy if she needs a pill from out of state or overseas, or if she has to travel across state lines because the local clinic closed up. Your wife or mother could be the ones at higher risk of dying from undiagnosed cervical cancer because they have no access to regular gynecological care. Your daughter could be the one too terrified to call the doctor if she's bleeding during an unexpected pregnancy. Your niece could be the one miscarrying in her bathtub after the hospital turned her away. And this will not just affect women, it will affect you and your sons. The devastating consequences of teen pregnancy won't just be borne by young girls, but also by the young men who are the fathers. They too will have their dreams of going to college, their entire futures totally upended by an unwanted pregnancy. If you and your partner are expecting a child, you will be right by her side at the checkups, terrified if her blood pressure is too high, or if there's an issue with the placenta, or if the ultrasound shows that the embryo was implanted in the wrong place, and the doctors aren't sure that they can intervene to keep the woman you love safe. If your wife is shivering and bleeding on the operating room table during a routine delivery gone bad, her pressure dropping as she loses more and more blood, or some unforeseen infection spreads and her doctors aren't sure if they can act, you will be the one praying that it's not too late. You will be the one pleading for somebody, anybody, to do something. And then there is the tragic but very real possibility that in the worst case scenario, you just might be the one holding flowers at the funeral. You might be the one left to raise your children alone. See, these are just some of the ways women die during childbirth. And I don't want to be a downer, y'all. But in many cases, there is no warning, and things go bad very quickly. And when it happens, every second of hesitation or delay can lead to devastating outcomes. So I am asking y'all from the core of my being to take our lives seriously. Please, do not put our lives in the hands of politicians, mostly men, who have no clue or do not care about what we as women are going through, who don't fully grasp the broad-reaching health implications that their misguided policies will have on our health outcomes. The only people who have standing to make these decisions are women with the advice of their doctors. We are the ones with the knowledge and experience to know what we need. So please, vote for him is a vote against us, against our health, against our worth. And let me tell you all, to think that the men that we love could be either unaware or indifferent to our plight is simply heartbreaking. It is a sad statement about our value as women in this world. It is both a setback in our quest for equity and a huge blow to our country's standing as a world leader on issues of women's health and gender equality. So fellas, before you cast your votes, ask yourselves, what side of history do you want to be on? Now, I recognize that there are a lot of angry, disillusioned people out there, upset with the slow pace of change. And I get it. It is reasonable to be frustrated. We all know we have a lot more work to do in this country. But to anyone out there thinking about sitting out this election or voting for Donald Trump or a third-party candidate in protest because you're fed up, let me warn you, your rage does not exist in a vacuum. If we don't get this election right, your wife, your daughter, your mother, we as women will become collateral damage to your rage. So, are you as men prepared to look into the eyes of the women and children you love and tell them that you supported this assault on our safety? And to the women listening, we have every right to demand that the men in our lives do better by us. We have to use our voices to make these choices clear to the men that we love. Our lives are worth more than their anger and disappointment. And we are more than just baby-making vessels. And if you are a woman who lives in a household of men that don't listen to you or value your opinion, just remember that your vote is a private matter. Regardless of the political views of your partner, you get to choose. You get to use your judgment and cast your vote for yourself and the women in your life. Remember, women, standing up for what is best for us can make the difference in this election. So let us use our voices in these final days to make it plain to the men in our lives that we need to stand not with Trump, but with us. We need them to vote for the only candidate in this race who will protect our lives. We need them to vote for Kamala Harris. Kamala, she will fight to restore our reproductive freedoms.
Thank you for tuning into the live show one more time. God bless you. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. You guys are the best. And this is another reason why I have committed my life, my time, my resources to be there every single day for my daughter. So my daughter can see that my dad is here for me. So I do not want a bitter child when they grow up and then they become a bitter woman and then they don't like men. I do not want that. This is why I must be there. Because when you grow up without dad, it's most likely you would not like. Man, it's almost sure. It's almost sure. So I want my daughter to look at me like this is what a man should be like. He's there for me. He's responsible for me. He cares about me. He loves me regardless. You feel me? And this is why I am there every single day. I wasn't brought up with or by my dad too. I was brought up by my mom as well. However, it took me separation from my mom to learn how to be a man. It is sad to say, but I had to separate from my mom to learn how to be a man. That may not be your issue, but to be a man for me, I had to leave my mom. I had to go learn how to be a man on my own because how would you learn how to be a man from, from a beautiful woman? And how do you learn how to be a woman from a handsome man? No, you have to go learn. You know what I mean? So thank you for tuning in one more time. Let's keep listening to the former First Lady. I mean, it is what it is. Let's listen.
And defend our health. Kamala will fight for our access to life-saving emergency care and maternal care in every state. Kamala will veto any abortion ban or bill that restricts access to contraception or IVF. Kamala will expand access to birth control and abortion pills. And she will do all of this not because she's a woman, but because she's a decent human being. She will do this because she cares about the lives of people other than herself. And that's really what this election is about, Michigan. This isn't just about what we have an obligation to say no to. It's about what we have the opportunity to say yes to. And we can elect someone who has the experience, the character, and the strength to look at all these challenges and still see a brighter day on the other side. Kamala Harris will see us, all of us. Kamala Harris will listen to us, all of us. She will protect our freedom. She'll stand up for all of our lives. She will have our backs for the folks trying to get ahead and those just trying to get by. And in doing so, she will usher in a new generation of American leadership and send the ugliness of Donald Trump and his politics back where it belongs, the past. But Michigan, she cannot do any of this alone. So I'm asking you one last time, let us not just sit around and complain. Let's do something. If your brother or your son or boyfriend needs to hear your perspective, are you willing to talk to them? Are you willing to send a video of what I've just said? Are you willing to do something? If you have an aunt who's thinking about sitting this one out or voting for a third party, are you willing to have an uncomfortable conversation? Are you willing to do something? If you have an extra hour or extra weekend, are you willing to knock on doors and talk to your neighbors? Are you willing to do something? Look, Michigan, we've just got 10 more days to make it happen. 10 more days.
Yes, y'all. We just heard from the former First Lady. We just heard from the former First Lady. What do you guys think about that speech? I just think it didn't work for me, but that's just me though. It might work for some of you in the chat. It didn't work for me at all. Actually, that was like one of the ones that actually got me all hyped up to be like, yo, what are you saying, bro? You know what I mean? However, I do respect her, but I don't like that she took that route. Okay, anyway, so the Vice President Kamala Harris visited a salon in Philadelphia. Let's see that.
Yeah, Philadelphia's version of James Brown.
All right.
Best barber in the country. Very well, very well. This is also James. He's one of our superstar basketball players.
Good. How's you been playing?
Yeah, I just played. I just got hurt.
You did?
Yeah, I hurt my knee.
Ooh. Oh, that does hurt.
I'm good. I'm
You
good.
go to the hospital?
This is Brother Chad right here.
Chad, how you doing? Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Vice President, we're going to have you sit right here.
Is this the chair?
It's the hot chair. You'll be all right, though. I got you. I got you.
Okay, I'm just saying. I heard about these certain chairs.
Oh, we definitely got you. Don't worry. We got you covered.
How's everybody doing?
Doing well. Good. Vice President, we thank you so much for coming and being with us to have this conversation inside the barbershop.
Indeed, that's where all the truth gets
Listen,
spoken. That's
look,
where the news gets shared.
and you know, like this, we kind of breaking the code. We got you in the barbershop. You know, it's a little private, but
Not my first time.
Okay, I'm just saying we got you in here today. But no, before you came, we were literally just talking, and all the brothers were just sharing their experiences of who they are. So I just wanted them to kind of start off, and Shakur over here is a dean of students, and he works with our young people every day. He was telling me about how he got an education. So you want to go ahead and tell the Vice President?
Yeah, well, my name is Shakur Woodsy. I'm 30 years old. I'm from Philly, born and raised, uptown to be exact. I've been in education for 10 years. I started off as a teacher's assistant in a school in North Philly. After the school lost their charter, I've been trying to figure out where I'm going to go if education was still for me. Then I started to work in Camden, New Jersey at a at a KIPP middle school.
Oh, you're teaching at KIPP?
I was. I was there for 6 years, and then I came back over to Philly because I felt like it was time for me to lay some roots down in my own city. I've been giving a lot of energy and time to others, another state and other kids. But I think it's time now for me to give my kids my energy and my all. And I've been in Philly for the last 3 years of my career.
Sadly, only 1%
of teachers in public schools are black men.
Yeah, for sure.
1%.
It's a little bit less, actually. Yeah.
And you know, the statistics are, if a black child has a black teacher by the end of third grade, they're like 13% more likely to go to college.
succeed.
But to go to college even. If they have had 2 black teachers by the end of third grade, something like 30% more likely. And you know, part of actually my focus and agenda is what we've got to do to create incentives, which really are not necessarily incentives in terms of the will, but also we don't pay teachers enough.
Right.
Student loan debt is an issue, you know, and thinking about how we create incentives to actually recruit and retain more black men as teachers, because we know the benefit to overall society. And in particular to our children.
You know, it's interesting you say that, Vice President. We literally were talking, because I'm a former school teacher as well. I taught middle school social studies.
Oh, bless you.
You know what? People always say that. Can I tell you? I love middle school. I love people talk about the little kids. I could not. I was a fourth
But
grade
it's just
teacher.
an awkward stage for them, really. I guess not for us. But
It
for
was
them.
fun. And now, I was younger then, so it was like
You had more
teaching.
energy?
Yeah, now I don't know if I can do it. But what we were talking about is representation and why it matters.
That's
and
right.
Nehemiah is in TV, film, and movie, and you know he was telling us one of the reasons why he wanted to get involved is because he wanted to see more representation of himself in the space. So
that's right.
So Nehemiah, you know, finish telling me what you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, we were talking about how I've been making up stories my entire life and how I wanted to put that on the screen. And you see these superheroes, you see these action heroes, and none of them look like you. So I started writing my own stuff, and I'm still doing it. I'm not as established as these guys, but I'm going to be where they are, trying to be a little bit more of a formative person myself. But the impact that good representation, cool representation, being able to see yourself as a heroic figure.
That's right.
I even mentioned Spider-Man because I feel like everybody likes Spider-Man. Taking off the mask to be able to see yourself. You know, I'll take that.
That's like mine.
I was at the movie yesterday.
Oh, really? What? Tell me the characters you're writing.
So right now we are doing this kind of death of a cowboy type thing. Death is kind of going through a midlife crisis. We're trying to hit through issues that people have in real life.
Yeah, right.
Everybody feels lonely. Everybody feels like just things aren't going your way. And when you look around the way that society is being constructed, the way that it's just everything is so against you. No matter who you are, you're going to have to hit the same roadblocks in life. And we want to make so that everybody feels connected in that, because you can relate to that deep feeling regardless of who you are, of feeling that isolation. So we want to do that, do it in a comedic way, reach out. But it's just, I feel like my main thing is just make something cool, and then people will come see it. And that's really what we've been focusing on. I've been traveling from Philly to New York to Atlanta, just trying to get my footing. And when you hear that you're a film major, like the numbers start ringing in the head. That was in 2020. I decided to do that. Terrible financial decision. I'm kind of happy, but I'm working
You're
to.
an artist.
So you know what you're signing up for.
But you were talking about student loan debt.
Student loan debt
attached to your artistry. So talk about
So you know what I'm talking about. It comes in with everything, and it makes it so that they already say that you can't do these things unless you have a college education. They say that you can do other things, but we know that's not true. I can go on Indeed, I can go to any job site, they're asking for 16 years of experience. And that's just not something someone out of the gate's gonna have. I want it so that younger filmmakers, dreamers, people that want to put stuff on the screen, they don't have the same roadblocks that I had, that they had to take out a loan, go to these loan sharks. Obviously, student loan forgiveness is something you have been passionate about, but not just that, but putting publicly funded programs into these schools. One of the things about, even in Europe, they have publicly funded theater programs, publicly funded stuff where you can reach out and get invested.
And public funding in the arts is a huge issue. And to your point, even if a child does not, if that's not their passion or their road.
I didn't get anything from that, but okay. All right, so this is JD Vance at a town hall event in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Oh, I got to go to church on y'all. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Let everything that hath breath praise ye the Lord. Here we go. All right. Good evening again to everyone. So glad that everyone is here. This is the second part of our town hall meeting, and now we are going to meet with Senator J.D. Vance, who is the vice presidential candidate for the Republican Party. Let's greet him with a welcome. J.D. Vance, would you please come out? Yep.
Thank you all. Thank you.
I want to first say thank you for your willingness to come to Harrisburg, Pennsylvania and talk to a local church pastor and congregation and city. I will say you almost got me in a lot of trouble.
I tend to do that.
Yes. It's unfortunate we had some mixed messaging and messaging that was in error concerning this town hall meeting. This is a town hall meeting sponsored by Black Pastors United for Education. And you are our invited guests, and we're so glad that you're here.
Well, so, I'm thrilled to be here. Thank you.
I hope that while you're here, you feel the love of God, hospitality from Christian people, and that you know that this is a public space to have a public conversation. Some things that we're going to talk about tonight will be difficult, or, it's a serious conversation, but I believe we're up for the challenge.
Sure.
So let's start with the national report card.
Sounds good.
The National Assessment of Educational Progress, a congressionally mandated large-scale assessment administered by the National Center for Educational Statistics, provide these following statistics. In 2022, as it relates to math proficiency, 35% of white students are proficient in math, 14% of Hispanic students are proficient in math, and 9% of black students are proficient in math.
Wow.
Reading proficiency. 38% of white students are proficient in reading, 21% of Hispanic students are proficient in reading, and 16% of black students in America are proficient in reading. And this is not a new problem. In 1990, 15% of 8th graders were proficient in math. And in 2022, 26% of students are proficient in math in 8th grade. In 1992, 29% of 8th graders were proficient in reading. And in 2022, 31% of 8th graders are proficient in reading. Here's my first question. Senator Vance, why hasn't this crisis that is plaguing America led the national political conversation leading up to this historic election?
Well, Pastor, first of all, thank you for doing this. And I appreciate everybody for having me and for having an open mind to what I'm going to say. And hopefully I'll just answer your questions as well as I can. And, I'd ask, we are in a house of God. Please spare a prayer for me and my family tonight. We certainly need it, and we need the wisdom and the courage of God. So I appreciate being here, and I appreciate everybody being interested in what I have to say. Thank you. You ask why this hasn't led the conversation. Why isn't this a national crisis and a national emergency? Because I knew that it was bad now. I actually didn't quite realize that it had been pretty bad for now going on 30 years. And I think probably the answer for why isn't this a more significant focus of American public life, why isn't this a more significant focus of this election, is that the American people who suffer the most under bad education and bad education policies are not the powerful, they're not the rich, and very often it is the rich and powerful that our conversation focuses on and not on common people, whatever the color of their skin. Because what was also so striking is that while, yes, those educational proficiency numbers were awfully bad and worse, they were worst of all for black people, I was kind of shocked that it's a majority of American children, if those statistics are right, and I believe that they are, a majority of American children of every race is not getting a quality education in the United States of America. That's a national scandal. But who is getting a quality education, right? I guarantee you the children of politicians are getting perfectly good education. And obviously I've got 3 beautiful kids myself. Our oldest is in 2nd grade, so we're not thinking that much about quality education. But if you look at where politicians send their kids, very often it is to private schools or at least to very fancy public schools where they know those kids are going to get a quality education. And a big part of why people are suffering today is because they don't have the same school choice that a lot of rich and powerful people have. And I think that's going to be part of the conversation, of course. But to me, one of the things we try to do in this campaign, and I know, I'm not going to get too political here. I want to respect the fact that we're in a house of God. But I do think that one of the things that we've tried to do in this campaign, and we haven't always done it perfectly, is to try to elevate the concerns of normal people. Right? Not just the rich, not just the powerful, not just the people who have political connections, but we tried to elevate the concerns of working people in the United States of America. And there's a whole host of issues, of course, that working people care a lot about, but I think that at the very top of that list is education, because if your kids don't have a good education, we know they're not going to be able to have much of a good chance at life.
Thank you. You mentioned something about faith, and
yeah.
I want to bring in some voices from the community. Jeff Coleman, who is the host of Morning Light on Lighthouse TV, he asked this question. This is what he says: political candidates aren't always clear about their faith.
Sure.
And because of that, people tend to make up what they want. How do you define your faith, and what do you believe?
Well, I appreciate that question. So I'm a devout, practicing, church-going Christian. And I say that. I was actually baptized for the first time in 2019, so that wasn't always true. And I was raised by my mamaw, and one of the things that I've always felt a certain affinity for the Southern black story in the United States of America, because the story of my family is that my family, obviously white, came from Appalachia and moved into the Midwest for good jobs in the steel mill. That's what brought my family out of the deep poverty of Appalachia. And I know that's a similar story for a lot of folks who grew up in the Delta, who grew up in the Deep South, who moved into Chicago, moved into Michigan, moved into Pennsylvania, because this was the land of opportunity. That's where, even if you didn't go to college, you had an opportunity to raise a family. Now, I was raised by that grandmother, because my mom struggled with opioid addiction for a big chunk of my life, and she was a woman of very profound Christian faith. She didn't graduate from high school, but she thought more about what the Bible required of her than any person that I've ever met in my life. And she was, in some ways a woman of many contrasts. She loved the Lord. She also loved the F word. I mean, she had a foul mouth on her, and I love Mamaw, but that's okay. But I remember when I went to, so I left high school. I served 4 years in the United States Marine Corps. And then by around the time that I got out of the Marines and was starting college at Ohio State, don't hold it against me, I know you're a Minnesota guy, I started to think that I knew more than Mamaw did. And I started to think that to be educated and to be knowledgeable in the ways of the world meant that I had to discard the Christian faith that Mamaw had raised me in. And I think that's a story for a lot of kids, a lot of adolescents. They start to think that they know a little bit, and then they start to think that they know a lot. And as I became a more mature young man, and I've got my beautiful wife Usha here with me today, and we. And I was dating her, I fell in love with her, I knew that I wanted to marry this beautiful young girl and I wanted to have a family with her, and you start thinking about the big questions about what do you want to be as a father, what do you want to be as a husband, what is required of me to be a good man, and I kept coming back to the answers were found in the gospel of Jesus Christ. And so that led me back to my faith, and I got baptized for the first time, like I said, in 2019, and we're actually flying to New York tomorrow morning, we're flying to New York tonight. But we got our 3 little kids who are going to be there, and we're looking for a church we can go to tomorrow morning in New York. It's a little bit troublesome to bring our kids to church because we've got about 40 Secret Service agents who come with us, so it takes a little bit of prior planning. But I think that, one of the critical, just if I could say one more thing on that, Pastor, one of the critical to me takeaways of the Christian faith is, whether big or small, whether rich or poor, Christian politics should be about the common good. Whether you're a Bible-believing Christian or not, you should pursue the kind of society where people can live a good life, where they can raise their children with good values, where if they work hard, they can earn enough to provide for a family. And I think fundamentally that is how I see my politics, as motivated by that sense that if you work hard and play by the rules, whether you agree with my religious faith or not, you ought to be able to provide for a family, you ought to be able to give your kids a good education, and you ought to be able to build a life in this country that all of us love. That, to me, is the politics of the common good, and it's very much influenced by my Christian faith.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to give you some voices from our community.
Yes, sir.
One of the things that I appreciate about this evening is my ability to champion something different than what typically happens. I truly and wholeheartedly believe that the church has to reclaim our ancient prophetic responsibility, which is the prophet's job was always to come to the lawmaker and make sure that you are securing justice for all people.
That's right.
And equity amongst equals has to be the tenor and the tone of the day. And so I want to give you a few voices from our community and then let you respond to which one you would like to. Fifth grade student here in Harrisburg asked the question, why are teachers so underpaid? 11th grade student in Harrisburg makes a profound statement. I think this is ingenious. His mom is right here. The curriculum is outdated. I feel like it isn't changing fast enough. Learning is more about just knowing how to pass a test, and everything is constantly changing, but education is at a standstill. A parent in our community who graduated from the local high school says, I went to Harrisburg High School where we didn't have textbooks, and what we did have came from the 70s. I have seen the effects of 30-plus children in one classroom. 14-year-old kid from Harrisburg says these words, it's easier to get a gun on the street than it is to get a good job. And might I add, a good education.
Yep.
What is your response to the people in my community who have these concerns that stem from a very real lived experience?
Yes, sir. Well, that's some very difficult truth out there, and I'll try to respond to as much of it as I can because there's a lot there. And to whoever is the mother of that child, you ought to be proud of them because that's an interesting thought, and that's what we want out of our young people is to think interesting thoughts. So on the teachers who are underpaid, and I agree, a lot of our teachers are underpaid, and if you look at it, there's something really broken because. To the young person who asked that question, we're spending more and more on education, and yet our teachers aren't getting the pay increases that they should. And of course, our kids aren't getting the quality of education increase that they should. And you ask why that is, and unfortunately, it's because we spend way too much on education bureaucracy, on education administration, and not enough on teachers and not enough on students. That's my sense of that problem. And by the way, this is one of the reasons why I really believe in the promise of school choice, because when you give parents and you give the people who care the most about these children the control over those kids' education, they're going to choose better than anybody else what's best for their kid. But a lot of people can't choose because they don't have the money to choose. I mean, I grew up in a family where we did not have the money to choose. I went to Middletown High School because that was all that there was. And I was blessed to have some good teachers, but we got a lot of schools that are really underfunded and don't have the resources that they need, or for some complicated reason aren't giving kids a good education. One of the ways to solve this, I believe, is to give scholarships, is to give vouchers to every single parent, every grandparent who is caring for a child so that they can choose the educational choice that makes the most sense for their families. Now, I think, some of the other points that were raised about easier to get a gun than it is to find a job. There's a guy, I'm a Republican, and so typically Republicans are considered on the conservative side of the aisle. There's a very interesting book written by a very left-wing guy by the name of William Julius Wilson, a very profoundly intelligent black sociologist. I believe he's getting up there in years. I wouldn't be surprised if he's retired at this point. But he wrote this book called The Truly Disadvantaged. And it's about how when we lost all of our manufacturing jobs, America used to have the most powerful industrial economy in the world. We shipped a lot of those jobs to Mexico. We shipped a lot of those jobs to China. And we made it harder for people who didn't go to college to be able to earn a middle-class wage. I think that decision was a disgrace. I hate to say it, it was bipartisan. Republicans and Democrats participated in it. But one of the things we're trying to do in this campaign is say that if we can rebuild the manufacturing economy, we can rebuild the foundation of a middle-class life. So it's going to be easier to get a good job than it is to find a gun in the United States of America. That's got to change. I'm heartbroken by that because I don't want, if you grow up in a community where it's easier to find a gun than it is to find a job, then we shouldn't be surprised that a lot of young people, especially a lot of young men, are going to choose the gun instead of choosing the job if that's the easy option that's available to them. We have to make it easy to build prosperity and not easy to pursue a life of crime. And unfortunately for a lot of our kids, we're not doing that. I think that the one other thing that I'd say here is if you're a kid and you're looking to the future with hopelessness, your life is just going to be a lot harder. There are a lot of things that weren't easy about my life, but I always had a certain faith in the future. And if you don't have that faith in the future, if you don't have that hope in the future, I think it's the fundamental or a fundamental truth of the Christian faith is that God is in control, so we always got to have hope. But there are a lot of kids who don't feel that. And if we can create more hope out there, I think that's the best way to encourage these kids to get on the right pathway, but it's going to be hard unless people like me pursue smarter policies that give people access to quality education, that make sure the teacher pay does rise and not just the bureaucracy pay, and also to give parents and grandparents the choice of where to send their kids to school. We do all those things, and I think that's the best way to solve that problem of too many young kids not seeing the future as a place of hope.
I appreciate that. But here's my question, though.
Please.
We're America.
Yeah.
We're full of creatives. We're full of
yes, we are.
Innovators. We can't have both and. We can't have a strong public school, which is the foundation of education in America, that our public schools can be properly funded and that the teachers can be taken care of, well paid, that the teachers union, which I wholeheartedly believe was instituted to take care of teachers.
Sure.
Right? And so I don't automatically believe that the motives are necessarily bad. They just may see it differently than I do. But is there a way for us in America to have both and? Strong public schools as well as school choice options for our parents?
So I think so, though I'll have to be honest with you that what I've seen over the last few years makes me worry that something about the teachers' unions, the leadership, not of course the membership, the great teachers who are doing a great job, but there's something about the leadership of the teachers' unions that has become so preoccupied with particular political viewpoints or, during the COVID pandemic is when I really lost my faith in a lot of the leadership of the unions because they seem to be so preoccupied with keeping kids out of school even well past the point when we knew that it was making our kids much less capable, when it was really hurting our kids' language and reading development. So I would like to believe that we can have both a strong public school system and a strong private school system. I do think that it requires, look, when you screw up, you ought to be honest with the people and say, look, I made a mistake. I do think it requires a little bit of the teachers having to come to the teachers' unions, the leadership of the teachers' unions, having a bit of a come to Jesus moment, no pun intended, and saying to the American people, yeah, we kind of screwed up, but we're committed to the education of American children. We're going to fight for it. I do think that's important. The other point I'll say, Pastor, is, I'm not an expert in this. I won't pretend to be, but I try to read a lot and try to understand the implications of public policy. What I've seen is that when parents and grandparents get more school choice, it actually improves not just the private schools, it improves the public schools too. Because if the public schools know that there's competition, if they know that they don't have a monopoly control over the lives of these young people, they've got to step up and they've got to do a better job. And I think that's one of the strongest arguments for school choice, is not just to give parents and grandparents a choice, but to make the quality of our public schools better for the parents who choose that.
Interesting. Well, I wrote an article that made it to the Wall Street Journal this past year, and
that's a big one.
I'm hoping that we could be a discerning people, though, because the name of my article, what I entitled it, was different than what the public heard. The title that you all know the article under is Black Voters Demand School Choice. The title of the article for me was, Is This Really Democracy?
Interesting.
And here's why I wrote that article. School choice is a Republican-sponsored bill that's supported by 76% Democrats, 61% Republicans. Over 90% of black voters are in support of school choice. Over 80% of Hispanic voters are for school choice. And here's my question. Why aren't lawmakers listening to our voices and carrying out our wishes concerning school choice?
Well,
and is this democracy?
Well, I would say no, it's not democracy, as a matter of fact, because there are a lot of things, and again, I don't want to get too partisan in here, but there are a lot of things that I think are happening in this country right now that there's been no consent from the voting public to happen. Again, forgive me for making this argument, but did anybody, whether they voted for a Democrat or a Republican in the last election, did anybody consent to having their communities flooded with fentanyl over the last few years? I think the answer is no. So we got to get back to recognizing that government happens through consent, and if the American people aren't consenting to this stuff, then we got a real problem. And on the topic of school choice, so we have to ask ourselves, why is it that something that is universally popular is not actually happening right now? And I think, unfortunately, it's the reality of how interest group politics happens in Washington, D.C. And I've only been a senator for a couple of years, or how interest group politics happens in Pennsylvania or each of our individual states is, if you've got 10 people who don't have a strong political voice pushing for one thing, but then you've got one guy who's really powerful and connected pushing for something else, unfortunately, very often, it's the one guy who's in the ear of the politicians. That's who people listen to. They don't listen nearly enough to the 10 people who don't have as powerful of a voice. And what I think we need to do, I mean, if you're a school choice voter, and I believe in school choice, I really do. If you look at what President Trump, I sponsored legislation in the United States Senate to make it easier for parents to get access to vouchers so they could send their kids to school wherever they wanted to, because I think that's important. But whatever your views on this particular issue, if you're not willing to vote for the other candidate, if a particular politician thinks that he's going to be able to take your vote for granted, then he's never going to do what you want him to do. And I don't think that means you've always got to vote for my side, or that you're ever going to be wrong, or that you're always going to be wrong if you vote against my side. Look, I understand partisan politics is tough, and nobody is ever going to be perfect all the time. But I think it's important, and again, I know I'm speaking to a lot of black voters in the room, I think it's important for people to know that they can't take your vote for granted. And that is the way I think that we're going to get school choice, is that the people who support school choice start withholding their votes from politicians who refuse to do what the people want to do.
Here's my question. Here's my follow-up question to
Please.
that. There are some people who don't believe that school choice is a good or viable option for all Americans. There are some people who believe that school choice will be manipulated by the wealthy and that will be really a ploy to take away from our public schools. And I have to stand up because, in case people don't know, I don't care what school you in. I care about the students.
That's right.
I don't care if it's public school. I care about the public schools because they have students. I don't care if it's private school, because if they have students, I'm concerned. I don't care if it's homeschool. But there are some people who fundamentally believe that if we have school choice in America, that money will take away from the public schools, which are already underfunded. In Pennsylvania, for instance, our public schools are underfunded because they're funded through property tax. And here in Harrisburg, I know you know nothing about like the Carlisle Pike, but the Carlisle Pike is a business district that brings in a lot of money. We don't have that in Harrisburg. So if the funding for our schools here in Harrisburg that house mainly black and brown people don't have those type of business districts, don't have those type of $1 million homes that drive up property tax that we could get viable, well-funded schools, then to introduce something like school choice sounds like you're trying to already take away from a system that is already hurting. And I don't want that to happen. What can we do to improve our public schools? I think I'm for school choice too. I'm for school choice, I'm for public schools. But here's my question. What can we do specifically for the public schools? Is there anything that we can do that can help the public schools, or can public schools thrive in a world, in America, with coinciding with school choice laws? Can we do both and?
So I do think that we can do both. I do think we can do both and that's part of the reason why I talked about, the evidence that I've seen. Again, I'm not an expert, but the evidence that I've seen suggests that school choice actually improves the quality of both the private schools and the public schools, right? So that is the both and solution in a lot of ways, is to create some competition. But I take your point. I take your point that, okay, what about the public schools that just don't have enough money to do what they need to do? Or what about, are we worried, to your point, that if we do school choice, it somehow just gets captured by an interest group, and the money's going to the interest group instead of to the students? Because I think both of us share this view that we care about the students. Look, I think that counsels in favor of us being careful, right? It doesn't mean that every private school is going to be perfect. It doesn't mean that we should do school choice and then just sort of wash our hands of the education system and say no more. Like, there are going to be, it's just the nature, it's human nature, right? I'm a Christian. I believe in that people sin, and no system, no matter how good it is, no matter how improved it is going to have faults in it. There are going to be problems with it. But do I think that promoting school choice is going to be an improvement on what we have today? I do think that. And to your particular point about public schools specifically, I think we have to ask ourselves which public schools are underfunded, because it's not all of them, right? It's not all of them. We know that some public schools have plenty of money, and some of those public schools need to spend more on teachers and students and less on bureaucrats. I have seen this statistic that if you look at the increase in school funding that we've had, very little of it's gone to the students and very little of it's gone to the teachers. It's all gone to administrators. So we got to change something about that equation, whether it's in private schools or in public schools. We want the money to go to the teachers and to the students. But I think, of course, look, if you've got a public school district where the per pupil spending, or the amount that we're spending per each student, is way underfunded, then we've got to figure out how to solve that problem. And again, school choice to me, the way to think about it, at least the way I think about it, is not that school choice is going to fix every problem in American education, is that it's an incremental step towards giving parents more choice and giving children a better education. We got to do good. We got to make small improvements, and I think school choice is a way to make actually a big improvement, but it's not going to solve every problem, even though I do believe it's a big improvement.
Mother, father, move here from the Pally. They don't speak the language. Their child doesn't speak the language, can't read, but the public school is the catch-all, right?
That's right.
So I wholeheartedly believe sometimes our public schools need more resources and maybe more administrators to deal with these things. But you mentioned something that I think is very significant. When people come here that are, this is a refuge for some people, and when I'm talking about people who come here legally, I'm not talking about illegal, but people who come here legally as a refuge, they usually don't go to the suburbs because that's too expensive. They come to the city. And when they come to the city, our schools can't do what Cumberland Valley or Mechanicsburg or Central Dauphin can do when they come to Harrisburg. And so I know competition sounds like the order of the day. Make the public schools compete. But I think there's a greater issue at hand. It's intentional that people of color are in neighborhoods like we are, something called redlining. Right? That make sure that people who live in this city, don't have the resources necessary. And I believe we live in a country now that we're free and we've made tremendous progress. I am so elated that we live in a country now that has the potential to have a black woman as a president, right? I praise God for that progress, right? But at the same time, we have to live in the tension. Do we need identity politics, or do we need politicians, lawmakers that will protect the interests of all people? And I'm concerned with the least of these.
Yes, sir.
And so when I speak of public schools, some of our public schools never have a chance. They can't compete because they're not on equal footing with their competitors. What do you say to a school like Harrisburg that doesn't have the business district and that is redlined in such a way that the resources will never come to them? How do they get proper funding for these kids in my neighborhood?
Look, it's a tough question, and obviously I don't know everything about the Harrisburg School District in the same way that I don't know everything about inner city Philadelphia, and I don't know everything about rural central Pennsylvania. But I think that there's got to be a combination kind of an all of the above approach, right? So we've already talked about school choice. I won't keep banging on about school choice. Look, I do think that we got to look at how much are we spending per kid, whether in the public schools and the private schools, and we want to make sure that each kid is having a fair amount spent on them. I mean, if a kid in Harrisburg is getting half the resources of a kid in some other community, well, that's a problem, and that's a problem that we got to fix, and I think we can fix it through a combination of state and federal policy, but that's something I'd love to work with you on and talk to you about, because I don't fully understand, you know, in different states, different localities, right? There's property taxes interacting with state policy, interacting with federal policy. I think it's going to be hard to have a one-size-fits-all solution there, but I do think that people of good conscience can say it's ridiculous that because you grew up a black kid in a tough community, you don't get a chance at a quality education. That's why we have people like me going around. We're trying to fix problems, right? Or at least improve problems. So I'm committed to working on it. I'm not going to tell you that I know exactly what the solution is, because I think the solution is going to be 100 different problems. There's going to be 100 different solutions to each one of those problems. But I think the principle at work that we have to follow is, look, you cannot have a good life in the United States of America unless you start with a proper foundation of good education. I mean, we're in a house of God. Of course, education matters for skills and education matters for jobs, but how do you have a relationship with God, which I as a Christian would like people to do, if you can't even read the Bible, right? So there's a principle here that I think that we need to work towards. I think school choice is part of, but not the whole solution. But I think the rest of the solution is going to come from a combination of hopefully federal, state, and local policymakers trying to solve this problem. I do believe, I'm not an expert here. I do believe that one of the biggest problems that affects education, it affects the political divides that we have in our country, is that when we try to shut people off in tiny little enclaves and tiny little communities, and we don't let them leave, and we don't let them interact with their fellow Americans, of course that's what redlining did, I think that has a profoundly negative effect on our country. People ask why we have so much division in this country. I think the division is actually is downstream. It's a follow-on effect to the fact that we are living in more segregated neighborhoods than we were 40 years ago. It's a consequence of the fact that the gulf between rich and poor has actually gotten bigger than it did 30, 40 years ago. And I think that goes back to the decline, I hate to repeat this, the decline of the manufacturing economy. Because when you destroyed the foundation of millions of middle-class lifestyles, you destroyed the foundation fundamentally, I think, of any kind of commonality that we can build as a country. But I'm an optimist. And fundamentally, I think that we're at least talking about these problems. We haven't figured out all the solutions to these problems, but the fact that we're talking about rebuilding the middle-class manufacturing economy means that we're going to solve that problem. Because that's what Americans do. I really do believe that. Black, white, brown, whatever the color of your skin, we solve problems, and we're at least talking about these things in a way that's going to lead to a solution. Let me tell you just one other context, or one other way I think about this is, so almost nobody in my family has a college degree. I was the first in my family, my immediate family, to get a bachelor's degree. So if you look at the life premium on having a bachelor's degree versus not going to college, I was shocked to learn this. A person with a bachelor's degree lives 7 years longer on average than people who don't have a bachelor's degree, okay? You want to talk about division? You talk about the fact that if you don't go to college, you die 7 years sooner than people who went to college. That's a real division. That's a real problem that people like me have to work and we have to fight to solve. I think a big part of it is rebuilding an economy that works for American workers again. I think a big part of it is letting people keep more of their hard-earned money. That's a big part of it. That's one of the reasons why I'm a Republican. I think part of it is fixing our education system, and like we talked about, school choice is part of it. But I am committed to solving the real problems. If I've got one frustration, and you'll never hear me complain about this campaign because it's the honor of my life to be able to sit here in front of all of you and ask you to make me your next vice president. The one frustration I have is that politicians too often talk about the fake problems instead of the real problems. The real problem in this country is that way too many people have fallen behind economically. The real problem in this country is that if you don't have a bachelor's degree, a lot of people are going to lose years off their life because of it. Again, talk about my family a little bit. Far too few, especially of their male relatives, make it to the age of 70. You want to talk about inequality? How about the inequality of people not getting to spend a few extra years with their loved ones? We've got to do better, but we're only going to do better if we have politicians who are willing to talk about the real stuff and not the fake stuff. Thank you.
Maybe we'll end with this. I want to give you the vision for Black Pastors United for Education.
Yes, sir.
So we are embarking on this initiative called Every Church a School Initiative. We want every church in America to be involved in improving the educational plight of the American people. If you look at all of the statistics that injure our community, and I speak from a pastor's perspective, yes, sir. And I've said this over and over, I'm a pastor, I'm not a politician. And this past summer, tragedy came to my home, right, to my family. 19-year-old cousin, shot, killed. She was 6 months pregnant, right? Horrible, right? And so right around where she was shot, there's churches everywhere. And the people, I love hearing the babies. Y'all hear the babies in here? I love them.
I like that too. That's good.
I'd rather them be in here than anywhere else.
That's right.
But if the young man or young woman, whoever shot her, was in an after-school program or a summer program or one of our schools, maybe pursuing destiny, pursuing this hope that you talked about, maybe we reduce the gun violence in our neighborhoods. I think the Church of Jesus Christ is the hope of the world.
Amen.
And because of it, I want to see every church in America be a part of this plight to improve the educational future of our children. And so I envision a world where every church would have the potential to do one of the four that I'm going to mention. Number one, a Christian private school. Imagine here in Harrisburg, we had a Christian private school with 700 boys from the inner city. And then turn around and do 700 girls from the inner city. Private Christian school, out of the church. Yeah. Or a learning center. We have a learning center here. We started this in the middle of COVID. When COVID happened, I was just being a pastor at the office, and my phone started ringing off the hook. 40 to 50 calls a day from parents after the public schools sent their kids home for COVID. And now the kids are virtual learners, and parents are calling and saying, can my kids come there during the day? No. What do you mean during the day? But then I had a member of my church lose her job, a mother with a 7-year-old son. And we hired her. She was the after-school leader. We hired her to oversee the academic day of about 6 or 7 kids. And from that, now we have an academic learning center where 40 kids come here Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., and when they come to us failing. And in a brief time, maybe 3 or 4 or 5 months, the kids are doing well. Most of the kids who come to our learning center who are inner city kids, they don't have learning problems. They need a different environment. They come to our environment, and next thing you know, they're hitting the honor roll.
That's great. That's awesome.
Right? Learning centers, right? If that's not enough, and let me add a piece to that. Because of how we've done these learning centers, which is at a fraction of the cost for what we're paying for a lot of the education in America, I'm also able to hire members of my church, right, to do meaningful work in their community, building bridges. And then a summer program, right? After school programs, summer programs. This past summer, we had 24 kids here. We split them up in 4 teams, and they built a restaurant, and they were a construction company. On Monday and Wednesdays, they were a restaurant. They made meats, sides, drinks, and desserts. We had a public day where people can come in and buy from them, and the kids made $200 a week, right? On Tuesdays and Thursdays, they were a construction company, painting a house right down the street for one of the members of the community, right? Every church in America should be able to do that. And we want to pay for it with our own taxpayer dollars. I don't want what I just said to be an opportunity just for the wealthy or just for the middle class, but I'm thinking about the single mother that has 4 kids. The oldest kid is in the public school doing absolutely fine. The second kid needs a private school because they have an affinity for aviation. And so we noticed that early in the child's life and want to send them to a private school that focuses on aviation. And then the 2 younger who struggle, who are differently able because they are on the spectrum of autism and need special type of services. I'm looking at that family and saying, man, what if they had a church that could help all of their students, and affordability isn't an issue because we're leveraging our own taxpayer dollars. Can I say that again? Leveraging our own taxpayer dollars. Let me say it again. Leveraging, I thought I had a church. Our own taxpayer. Where's Brian at? We need Brian for the E flat again. And here's my question to you. Is it possible to leverage school choice laws to obtain this vision for America?
I think it is. And, you know, some things you didn't quite mention, but I think are related is I think that a lot of Christian ministries would love to help folks with childcare, but the federal monies that are out there that go to daycare very often can never be used by churches. Why is that? Why are we making it harder for Christian ministries to do Christian ministry? Why don't we make it easier for them? Because I think that churches are one of the most important, in my view, the most important part of the social fabric of this country. We got to stop trying to cut the church out of doing social services and Christian ministry. It's what they do best. You know, there's something, Pastor, called the Community Development Block Grant. A lot of money flows through the Community Development Block Grant, but not a lot of it flows to churches and to other organizations in the community that would like to be doing good because, unfortunately, our federal government, I think, has made it harder, again, for Christians to do the kind of Christian ministry that Christians do best. I think that there are a lot of ways to use the school choice vouchers, right? If you want to build a 700-boy school and a 700-girl school, then we ought to be facilitating that with the use of these voucher programs. And unfortunately, a lot of times we're not doing that. So we can do a lot better than that. And I think that public policy can play a really important role here. But I think that we got to get out of this mindset, and you hear this all the time, you know, separation of church and state means that we're not going to force you to believe in something you don't want to believe in. And we're not going to force any person to participate in a church service using the power of the federal government. That's an important American principle. It doesn't mean that we kick churches to the curb and prevent them from doing the Lord's work, which is what churches are supposed to do. We got to enable that stuff and not try to disempower churches. And I do think that's just a fundamental difference between how I see the world, and I know how President Trump sees the world, and a lot of other folks who are currently in positions of power. If I can make one more comment, and again, you'll forgive me for getting a little partisan, but I'm running for vice president. The election's in 9 days. I think that if you want to have successful public schools and successful private schools, one of the most important things is that kids can't learn if they've got an empty stomach. We got to make sure that our kids go to school fed, and if they're not, that they get an opportunity to do it in school. So there was a federal program that came out during the Biden-Harris administration, and it didn't get a lot of news, but the basic gist of it was that unless local school districts signed up for allowing biological males to participate in biological female sports, then those schools would be threatened with the reduction of their free and reduced lunch money, okay? Now look, I think it's crazy, to put my card, this is the partisan part, I think it's crazy to allow biological males to compete in sports with biological females. But even if you disagree with me, I think that it is such a terrible thing to take food out of the mouths of poor children because they don't do what the Biden-Harris administration wants them to do. We got to do better. We've got to be willing to say, you live your conscience, I live my conscience, but can we all agree that poor kids ought to go to school with full bellies? That is simple common sense that I'd like to get back to. So,
Well, here's one thing I will say though, Senator Vance, with all due respect.
Please.
Harris and Biden are striving to make America the best country that they possibly can. And up until this point, we haven't said anything about the opposing. And I think we should keep it respectful because I believe that those people are doing the very best they can to serve the American people. And so this has been a respectful conversation, and I'm so glad that you would come and have this respectful conversation in this church. I think we are on the cusp of doing something tremendous in these United States of America if we stay together, if we work together.
I agree.
If we fight together. And watch this, if we make up after we fight, kiss each
right.
other, and stay brothers and sisters together.
Amen to that. So I did ask your forgiveness to get a little partisan, and again, it's 9 days before an election, so I got to do a little politic, and you'll forgive me that. But I agree. Look, I think all of us, whoever we vote for in this election, and I've got some strong disagreements, of course, with folks who vote for the other side, I do fundamentally believe that we're a country of good people that are trying to achieve a good future for the next generation of Americans together. I'm going to keep on working on it, and whatever responsibility the American people give me in 9 days, I'm going to keep on working on it. And I hope that you and I, not just in public but in private, can have some good conversations, because whether it's our public schools or how to make it easier for Christian ministry to do Christian ministry, I think you're an interesting voice, and I'd love to keep on hearing from it from time to time.
Thank you.
God bless you,
Thank
Pastor.
you for coming. Thank you for coming. Before you go, we prayed for the last candidate, and I'd like to pray for you.
Yes, sir.
Can we pray together? Gracious and eternal God, we give you thanks and praise for you have superintended this night in a way that only you can. And so, Lord, I thank you. I thank you for giving us the grace to speak about the things that matter so much to our hearts. Lord, I pray for Senator Vance that you would give him strength for the journey. I pray that you would give him wisdom to navigate the way. I pray, dear God, that his convictions would govern his behavior and his decisions, that the beauty, the uplift, and the furtherance of your kingdom would be paramount in the lives and minds of your people. And so, Lord, help us to create justice where there's injustice. Help us to be love where there is hate. Help us to be peacemakers where there's war. Help us to be hope where there's hopelessness. Lord, I pray in Jesus' name that we would be a resurrected body of people that would fight for your cause and do your perfect bidding in the earth. Would you help us to do these things? We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
One more moment.
That was very, very educational because the person that was interviewing JD Vance was very articulate. He definitely put his point across in a very interesting manner and respectful manner. He wasn't trying to take sides, which was really cool. So it made us actually learn from both of them. This is why I say JD Vance is going to be a big star in the Republican Party for 2028 and for 2032. He is very, very smart, articulate, cool, calm, collected, and he knows what he's talking about. When he does not know, he says, I am not vast in this topic. I am going to learn about it so we can have this conversation again, which is really something to admit when you don't know. Okay, so back to JD Vance one more time. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Let's get the likes up, man. Let's get the likes up, man. Let's get the likes up and let's subscribe to the channel. So JD Vance campaigned in Erie, Pennsylvania. This was 2 days ago. Okay. So let's listen to JD Vance one more time. I like JD Vance, okay, because he is like a new face and a new voice, and people are just getting to know him. But he has proven himself, especially after the vice presidential debate.
Well, it's good to be in Atlanta. It is good to be in Atlanta, my friends, and I'm going to tell you, in 10 days, we're going to turn Georgia red. We're going to take the whole country with us. We're going to make Donald Trump the next president.
Oh, I said Erie, Pennsylvania. That was another video. I am absolutely sorry. So this is JD Vance in Atlanta, Georgia. Okay, this is in the one for Pennsylvania. That's another video that I wanted us to see, but this one is the Atlanta one. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to the vice presidential nominee for the Republican Party, JD Vance.
Of the United States. Now, I'm sorry we're a little delayed coming out here. We were going to come out right behind the bleachers, and somebody said, no, you got to come out right here. But we were delayed by 10 seconds in coming out here, and it occurred to me as we were walking out that that Kamala Harris, every time she steps in front of a reporter, she makes a catastrophic mistake. So if we're just 10 seconds late to the stage, I'll take that every day, and twice on Sunday. We've got a few people here that I want to thank of you, a few very special friends. We've got Congressman Andrew Clyde here. Andrew, thank you, man. Now, Andrew reminded me, actually, that he and I worked on a piece of legislation, he in the House and me in the Senate, where we actually fought back against some of the radical and Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. They vetoed that piece of legislation, making Washington, D.C. less safe. And it drives something home, my friends, that, you know, when Kamala Harris says that she can't think of anything that she would have done differently from Joe Biden, maybe that's something she should have done differently. Let's support our law enforcement. I know Donald Trump would have done it differently, and that's a thing to be proud of. We've got the great Congressman Mike Collins. Mike, stand up, say hello. I know everybody just saw Mike. Mike has got the best social media, I think, of anybody in the U.S. Congress. No offense to anybody else here, but Mike has got the best sense of humor, and he has a little bit of fun with politics, which I think is a good thing. You know, they say that Kamala Harris, the media talks about Kamala Harris being the candidate of joy. When I come to events like this, I feel like the joy is all on our side, and we're having fun out here. And, of course, we got the great Congressman Rick Allen. Rick, thank you so much for being here, man. Thanks for your leadership. We've got Insurance and Safety Fire Commissioner John King. John, please say hello. Say hello. Thank you, John. And, of course, we've got the legendary Alveda King. Where is she? There. God bless you, man. Thank you. Now, when you take a photograph with Miss King, she says right before the click goes, she says, Jesus. And I love that because that puts a smile on my face. And it also reminds me, Miss King, that we're engaged in the most important work. And I think it's fundamentally to make this country friendly to people of faith, to respect people's religious liberties. But I think the great Christian command for politics is that we pursue the common good. And how can you pursue the common good with a broken leader like Kamala Harris? We got to get Donald J. Trump back in the White House, and that's what we're going to do. Now, I want to talk, before we get into why we need to elect Donald Trump the next president of the United States, I want to talk about the how, because the how is really important. And here in Georgia, we are off to a great start, my friends. You look at these early vote totals, and Republicans are doing awfully good in the state of Georgia. By the way, we're doing awfully good in the state of North Carolina. We're doing awfully good in the state of Nevada. And across all the battleground states, right now, if I was a betting person, and sometimes I've been known to gamble from time to time, I would bet on Donald J. Trump winning all 7 battleground states and going to the White House with a lot of momentum. But here's the thing. I'm going to make 3 requests of you before we talk about why it's so important to change the leadership in this country. I want to make 3 requests of you, and this is the most important thing. Number 1, I want every single person in this room, all of you out in front of me and all of you behind me, I want you to go out there and vote.
Are we back? Are we back? Are we back? Are we back? Let me know if we're back. Okay, looks like we are back. Looks like we are back. Are we back? Looks like we're back, right? Are we back? Okay, we're back. All right, so we may not be able to stream this right here. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel. I am always on live stream every single day, regardless. God is great. God is great. God is great. Judge said, what happened? I just got a little update on my studio saying that might be a little issue with that. So we're gonna have to end the live show right here. But you guys are the best, though. You know that for sure. You guys are the best. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Yeah, see you guys today because it is currently 4:04 a.m. and it is the 28th of October 2024. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself, believe in your dreams, believe in God. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency, okay? Instead of looking for perfection, just keep doing it, and you're going to get to that ideology of or illusion of perfection in your mind because you keep on doing it. You get better every single time. All right. Genesis is signing out. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Double tap your screen as you leave the live show. Subscribe to the channel as you leave the live show. You guys are the best. God bless you. Genesis is signing. I love you guys, man.